Welcome, everyone, to the January 9th, 2018 meeting of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. I apologize from the outset for my voice. I can't do anything about it. That's that. May I have a motion to open the meeting? What was that? Moved by Commissioner Hassan, second by Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously to open the meeting. I'd like to request the presentation of colors from the JROTC at Forest Park Senior High School, and our national anthem will be played by the Dunbar High Jazz Ensemble. Please rise.
Color guard, attention. Carry colors. Forward, march. Color guard, hope. Left base. Ma'am, Cadet Lieutenant Colonel Alonzo Blue of Forest Park Senior High School, Army JROTC, requesting the post of colors. Thank you, ma'am. Colors reverse, march. Color guard, hope. Present, arms. Order, arms. Colors, post.
I'm going to do it at the time. So I want to recognize and thank the members of the JROTC from Forest Park Senior High, Cadet Lieutenant Alonzo Blue, Cadet Chief Petty Officer Ziera Taylor, Cadet Chief Petty Officer Ivana Martin, Cadet Chief Petty Officer Amari Butler, Cadet Petty Officer Second Class Corey Butts. I also want to thank our student performers from Dunbar High Jazz Ensemble under the excellent direction of Charles Funn. Always the best. On trumpet, Jonathan English. On trombone, Keith Henson. On tenor sax, Janae Thomas. On baritone sax, Tyree Mason. On trumpet, Sabrea Starks. On trombone, Brandy Scott. On tenor sax, Shania Dupre. On percussion, Brandon Scott. On trumpet, Antonio Knox. On trombone, Adeshay Hill. On alto sax, Jawan Derry. And on percussion, Daniel Harris. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd now like to ask Commissioner Hassan to recognize the passing of one of our city school students.
Good evening. Thank you, Commissioner Kashani. I'd like to take time to recognize the passing of one of our city school students. Haven Adams was a first grader who attended Mary Ann Witterling Elementary School at Bentalo. Haven's last moments were spent surrounded by his family. Haven loved to come to school, which was evident in the fact that he had perfect attendance since the beginning of pre-K. When he was in school, he was an active learner and participated in the KEYS Development Mentoring Program and the ORC Kids After School Program. Haven was a brilliant little fellow and had a love for reading books. He could discuss topics that were not typical for a 6-year-old child. Because he was small in stature, all of the students throughout the school building loved and took care of Haven. He was very caring and a good friend to all. Haven will be greatly missed by all administration, teachers, staff, students, and families at Mary Ann Witterling Elementary School. If we could have a moment of silence in honor of Haven's passing. Thank you.
I'd like to have a motion to approve the prior open session minutes and the prior closed session summaries. Moved by Commissioner Berkeley. Do I have a second? Second by Commissioner Canham. All in favor? Vote 7-0. Approve the meeting minutes and the closed session summaries. Now I'd like to have board committee reports from our committee chairs. These meetings have taken place over the last month. They are public meetings. They're all televised, but we like to provide summaries during the full board meeting so that people can get a sense of what went on during those meetings. So I'd like to start with Michelle Bondima, who is the newly elected chair of the Operations Committee. Michelle?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Kasani. I was voted in as the chair of the committee, of the Operation Committee. Thank you. And I'll be very brief about what we talked about. We talked about a budget of, can you hear me? Okay, thank you. We talked about the budget on a board members, let me see. We talked about the budget, and May 8th is a hard finish date to be able to present to the city council in a timely fashion. We also talked about sustainability update. Green Schools Coordinator provided us with with information that 174 schools have designated sustainability ambassadors out of 181. We also talked about partnering with different schools such as BCCC and University of Maryland Biopark. And also, to be very brief, we talked about transportation, shortage of drivers, and we had a lengthy conversation about the budget for taxi cabs that we have to use when students who cannot take transportation on the bus but have to be transported by taxi cab. We had a lengthy conversation about that, and we talked about the budget as far as the cost for taxi cab usage.
Thanks, Michelle. Martha, on Policy Committee?
Thank you. So the Policy Committee met in December. We had 3 agenda items. We updated the calendar, which I would draw everyone's attention to, is posted on board docs, so that you can see the policies that we will be reviewing and updating for the remainder of the 17, the calendar year we're in now. In addition, we talked about the grant fiscal reporting policy, the idea that we need to update the board rule. So the language is basically the same as was coming out of the board rule. Many of you who have been following our policy work know that much of the work of the policy committee to this point has been converting previous board rules into board policies. So the grant reporting fiscal policy, as always when we talk about grant grants and development in the district. The committee urges the district to look at investigating the options of a grant development office, to have some specific staff responsible for managing and monitoring federal and foundational grants. The final item was policy BEA and BEGB, which are the board meeting and agenda policies. And I am happy to say that in committee, we waived the two-reader policy and were able to approve that. So the board meetings that we have been piloting with coming to you at 5 o'clock and doing this sharing in front of you is now board policy and is how things will be running. So our next meeting, or to call attention, one of the items that we confirmed on the board calendar is the School Police Policy Forum, which will be in this room on January 17th, where we will be reviewing the policy and the regulations. And just to be fully transparent, not at this time will we be reviewing the general orders, because that's much more the business of the group. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. on the 17th, we'll be here for that. Thank you.
Commissioner Chinia, Teaching and Learning.
The Teaching and Learning Committee hasn't met since November, but we do have a meeting that is scheduled for January the 23rd, 9 a.m. in this room, and at that time, we will be having an evaluation of the 2017 Summer Learning Program, as well as plans for this summer, 2018. We will be looking and discussing the blueprint through literacy update, and we will also have an update on our English learners. We invite everyone who can to join us, 9 a.m., January 23rd, in this room.
So with that, typically I don't have long board comments, but tonight's a little different. So I ask you to bear with me, because I, along with Dr. Santelises, we want to address what's on a lot of people's minds. So I want to start by thanking everyone who stepped in to help with the heating crisis over the past week. Dr. Santelises is going to say a lot more about all the people who stepped in to help, but I want to highlight a few in my comments. First, I want to say, without a doubt, the mayor stepped up. You hear me? Seriously stepped up. She responded quickly, deployed city resources, and worked alongside Dr. Santelises to stay on top of the situation. She has also committed an additional $2 million in city capital funds, which, by the way, she had already made that decision before this happened. Two, I want to acknowledge the extraordinary efforts of Operations Chief Keith Scroggins and his team. They've worked around the clock to bring schools back online, as have hundreds of other school system employees, teachers, principals, custodians, everyone. Just an example of some of the efforts they've gone to, and this is an example that is only because of our aging systems. We have had someone who has literally had to stay overnight in a school to babysit the pilot light on a complex system just to make sure it didn't blow out. You probably read about that in the paper. That is not a normal situation, and that is not normally what you have to do if you have an up-to-date system, which we don't. I also want to call out and acknowledge our state legislators and city council members. I want to acknowledge Councilman Zeke Cohen. State legislators and city council members have invested the time over the past months and year to truly understand this problem and have correctly focused on solutions. They have spent countless hours in this room being briefed by us on the challenges we face with the way CIP dollars are allocated, and that put us in a situation where the city government, agencies, city council, and state legislators could respond in unison with us to address the challenges and not point fingers, and we truly appreciate that. Finally, to the families, students, advocates, community leaders, and countless thousands of citizens, many of whom are here tonight, for making yourselves heard again. If there's one thing we know in Baltimore, is that we can count on our citizens to step up and scream bloody murder when it's time to scream bloody murder, and you did. So you've been heard, and we hope over the course of this evening you're going to understand exactly how much. We also heard your request to move this meeting to a larger location. You should understand that we carefully considered this request. and in the end decided to keep the meeting here for several reasons. We are not able to live stream our meetings on Channel 77 when we hold meetings in a school. While there are a lot of people here tonight in this room and in the auxiliary locations, many more watch from home, and we have a strong commitment to giving the public access to our meetings. The other thing which may not be clear, and I want to try to clarify now, this is a regular board meeting with normal rules for public comment. This means that we will have 10 members from the public speak tonight. In addition, we have received many calls, emails, Facebook posts, and letters, which we have received and reviewed, all of them. We did hear you, though, and so while tonight is not going to be managed as a public forum, it's going to be managed as a regular board business meeting. There is another forum which is scheduled, and there are flyers available. I hope they're available someplace for handout. Yes? Yes, I see Sabrina shaking her head. There's going to be a public forum on January 22nd to discuss these issues with much more opportunity for feedback and dialogue. Dr. Santelises is going to say a lot more about that. But that forum is being scheduled in response to people's desire to talk and engage on this subject. So what we're going to hear from people tonight is a regular business meeting. So you can disagree with that, but we did consider the request. This weather situation, which we understand is sustained freezing temperatures for a long period of time with no thaw period in between, is unusual. And it exposed the fact that we were not able to handle this unique set of circumstances. It also exposed a couple of other things. It exposed the consequences of underinvestment in maintenance for many, many years. It also exposed the consequences of underfunding the capital needs for city schools. And it exposed our lack of capacity to handle the situation when 60 city schools experience a severe problem at the same time. I will note Howard University had to shut down and could not start up for the same reason. So I want to point out that we are not unique in this situation. This was an unprecedented cold snap with no thaw in between. I'm sorry. Sorry. I want to take a few minutes to provide some details on city schools' capital funding because I think we would all benefit from some facts. Bear with me. In the 2012 Jacobs report, an external body that assessed all conditions of all city schools let us know that there was $2.5 billion in deferred maintenance. Heating systems, roofs, windows, you name it. The heating systems, HVAC, were the most expensive. Of that $2.5 billion, $1 billion of it was deferred maintenance on HVAC systems. So to put this in context of dollars on an annual basis, Baltimore City requests from its capital improvement funds $70 to $90 million a year. We receive approximately $52 million a year, 17 from the city and $35 million from the state. This means we come up short approximately $18 to $38 million annually just for projects that we have deemed to be urgent. I want to also note, as I did before, that the mayor has increased the city contribution going forward to $19 million. City schools has been greatly impacted by the state's recent partial funding of projects, a practice that has led to an increased number of projects being rescinded and ultimately resulting in high balances in Baltimore's contingency fund. Baltimore City has a lower tax base than some of its neighboring jurisdictions, and we do not have the ability to forward fund projects. Our city has many infrastructure needs, and in fact, some of the newer schools, for example, Frederick, had to be closed, not because of the mechanicals and systems at Frederick, because of a water main break in the neighborhood. So when we all complain about the low city capital contribution, let's remember this is a poorer city with tremendous infrastructure needs, with no place to go but taxpayers. So it's a problem. The the Interagency School Construction Authority's approach to partial funding has not been consistent. They fund projects over 1, 2, or 3 years. This lack of certainty regarding when projects will receive full funding impacts the district's ability to include adequate escalation rates. Given the limitations of the local contribution, city schools cannot begin projects until all the funding is committed. I submitted a letter which was printed in the Baltimore Sun on Saturday in response to their misleading article about us returning precious funds. It was a real-life homeowner example that really helped people understand. I'm not going to assume that everybody saw it, so I'm going to read it here. Put yourself in your mindset of your own home. Imagine you're a homeowner whose house needs a roof. You got an estimate from a roofer. It's a lot of money and you're not wealthy. The bank gives you a loan, but they don't give you all the money at once. 2 or 3 or 4 years later, you now have enough money because the bank's giving you a little bit each year. But the price of shingles in the meantime has gone up. And when the roofers start pulling off the roof, they discover more rotten wood than we thought was there in the first place. Now, you've spent those intervening 4 years patching your roof, and you don't have the money to cover the new higher cost, and the bank is calling in your loan. This is not just a simplistic example. This is exactly what happens. The implications of a large volume of rescinded projects due to partial funding have cost the city approximately $66 million in lost capital funding over the last 10 years. Just to give you some HVAC examples, between fiscal year 13 and fiscal year 18, of the 48 HVAC systems awarded state funding, city schools has have to rescind 16 of them because of partial funding and changing market conditions. 5 were for HVAC systems in what are now 21st century buildings, and 7 were due to partial funding by the state. You get the point. I could go on. You'll get a lot more details at the forum on the 22nd. I just wanted to give you some idea of what we mean by partial funding and recycling of funding. The fact remains, though, that despite our lack of capacity and challenges with funding, we need to take a close look at all of our operations and maximize the resources that we do have. I commit to you as the school board chair that we will do this. We will do a better job with the resources we have. We will continue to work with our outside partners, public and private, to address the facilities challenges that we have. We will work with our legislators and state partners on ways to fix the state capital funding formula, and we will work with willing public and private partners on creative ways to address some of the financing challenges for capital. The time for finger pointing is over, I hope. The focus should always be on the well-being of our students and on creating an environment that is conducive to learning. It is time to refocus on them. I will close by apologizing to our students. While the circumstances leading to the heating crisis are complicated, it doesn't eliminate the fact that we, the adults, all of us, here, in the city, in the state, all of us, let our students down, and we cannot let that happen again. Thank you. With that, I want to we will have a public comment will happen in about half an hour, so we'll hear people's thoughts and comments on the situation. What I'd like to turn our attention to now is welcoming 2 new school board members to the board. And I want to note that I'm going to introduce them and read some comments from their bios, but I also want to say that they are not fully sworn in yet, so they're not allowed to vote on anything tonight. First is Johnette Richardson, who's to my left. Johnette is a native of Camden, New Jersey. Prior to receiving her master's degree in business administration from Regis University, She earned her Bachelor of Science degree from Morgan State University. She is currently the Executive Director for Bella Edison Neighborhoods, a community-based nonprofit that has fostered neighborhood revitalization through providing community marketing and outreach, community organizing, homeownership counseling, and small business development in the Bella Edison community. She has served as board president for AFIA Baltimore. She currently serves on the steering committee of the Baltimore Homeownership Preservation Coalition. In addition, she serves on the City Leadership Committee for Community Development Network of Maryland, in addition to many other things. She and her husband, Evan, along with her daughter and great niece, Zoe and Callie, and doggy Theo, the most adorable cockapoo she says around, live in Northeast Baltimore and attend city schools. Welcome, Johnette. To my right, I'd like to welcome Ronald McFadden. Ronald is a musician, educator, advocate for educational equity in America's urban communities. He was reared in Prince George's County, Maryland. Mr. McFadden is a classically trained baritone, receiving his BA in music and his MA in teaching degrees from Morgan State University in Baltimore. Ronald began his formal teaching career in Baltimore City Public Schools at the historic Booker T. Washington Middle School, where he taught music and served as director of the Golden Voices. He helped to establish an arts-integrated school curriculum as arts team leader, a member of the school's instructional leadership team. In 2015, Ronald was inducted into Cohort 14 of the Emerging Leaders Program with the New Leaders for New Schools. Welcome, Ronald. I know that former Commissioner David Stone is here. Tanisha, could you let Shanesha in? Is she here?
Oh, she's there.
Shanesha, great. Welcome. So while we're thrilled to welcome 2 new board members, the reason we have to welcome 2 new board members is that we have to say goodbye to some former board members. And I've been part of this a couple times, but I'm really sad to say that we are losing tonight Tina High Cupboard and Marnell Cooper. I want to just start by giving them a round of applause. We have a number of things that we want to do. There'll be 10 opportunities for current board members and former board members to comment, but we want to start. I want to ask Vice Chair Canham to read 2 resolutions, one from the school board and Dr. Santelises, and one from the mayor, to both Marnell and Tina.
So thank you all for your incredible service. This is a proclamation first of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, whereas Tina High Cupboard and Marnell Cooper served with, I'm going to start with Tina High Cupboard. Tina High Cupboard served with distinction as a member of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners from 2010 to 2017. And Tina High Cupboard served as board vice chair from 2015 to 17, as well as committee chair of the board's Teaching and Learning Committee. And Tina High Cupboard served as a member of the board's Strategic Planning Committee, Operations Policy Committee. There's not a committee she hasn't sat on. Tina High Cupboard has demonstrated a fervent commitment to the students and staff of Baltimore City Schools while performing outstanding service to the city of Baltimore. Now, therefore, the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners does hereby proclaim our thanks and best wishes to Tina High Cupboard in grateful recognition of her dedicated service to public education in Baltimore City, signed by Chair Cheryl Kashani and Dr. Sonia Santelises. And then next, from our mayor, the City of Baltimore Certificate of Recognition on behalf of the citizens of Baltimore. I am pleased to present this certificate to Tina High Cupboard in recognition to your service as a member of the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners. Thank you for working with board members to promote a culture of excellence, mutual respect, and safety. On behalf of the citizens of Baltimore, I commend you for your commitment to our children of Baltimore City Schools. Presented on the 3rd day of January 2018, Catherine E. Pugh. And Next, I have Mr. Marnell Cooper, who was our previous board chair and gave incredible service as well. Proclamation of Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners, whereas Marnell A. Cooper served with distinction as a member of the Baltimore Board of School Commissioners from 2012 to 2017, and Marnell Cooper served as board chair from 2015 to 17, as well as committee chair for the board's operations, audit, Strasburg committees during his tenure. And Marnell Cooper acted as the board representative for the Council of Great City Schools, as a member of the executive board for Maryland Association of Boards of Education and Council of Urban Boards of Education. And Marnell Cooper has performed outstanding service to students and staff of Baltimore City Schools and the City of Baltimore. Now, therefore, the Baltimore City Board of School Commissioners does hereby proclaim our thanks and best wishes to Marnell A. Cooper, Esquire. And not to leave out the mayor, she gave you some love too, Marnell. A certificate of recognition for Marnell Cooper from the mayor in recognition of his service as a member of the Baltimore City School Board of School Commissioners. Thank you for working with board members to promote a culture of excellence, mutual respect, and safety. On behalf of the citizens of Baltimore, I commend you for your commitment to the students of Baltimore City Schools. Signed, Catherine Pugh, Mayor.
I would now like to invite any board members, as well as Shanesha and David, if you want to say anything to Marnell. Let's start with Tina. We're going to start with Tina. Does anybody have anything they want to say to Tina? Andy,
Well, actually, can I just talk to both of them?
you can talk to both of
Thanks.
them.
So, first, as chair, Marnell was the first person on the board to welcome me, and sort of in the wake of the Golden Globes, I want to say that Marnell has Yoda-like qualities. He's an active listener. He's got quiet wisdom, and when he speaks with passion and persuasiveness, and often brings in his life experiences as a Baltimorean, lifelong Baltimorean, and was a mentor to me on the board. For Tina, as once a teacher, always a teacher, Tina was my mentor on the board. She challenged me to think more broadly about equity as a fundamental frame for all of our discussions. And in terms of both of Tina and Marnell, they guided this board through some pretty turbulent times, including a change in leadership, and got us to where we are today, which is to a much better place, and we owe much of that to the two of you. So thank you very much.
I want to add, we can also speak about both of them at the same time. I want to add that a thanks to Tina, your husband John, your son Harrison, and your daughter Phoebe. We know that Tina's commitment, unwavering commitment, never misses anything, a meeting, a call, a committee. We know that this was a commitment that you all had to make too, and so we thank you very much for that. I've come to think of Tina as the community conscience of the board. Andy said it very well, but her legacy is going to be her deep support for community schools, green schools, equity, the board strategic plan, and so much more. But she never let us get away with anything. She always reminded us of what the most important things were. She's an incredibly thoughtful person, and while she isn't always going to agree with you, you'll always be treated respectfully in any debate. Marnell, I just can't say enough. You were my informal mentor. I wouldn't have known which way was up if it hadn't been for you. And with our technical way of thinking, you as a lawyer, me as an engineer, you welcomed me into the operations and schooled me on the 21st Century School Program, and then allowed me to serve as the operations chair. But your leadership was exemplary during some turbulent times, and also during the development of the 21st Century Schools. People forget how engaged you were. Tina's nodding. People that were involved know, David knows, how involved you were during that process, and we're now reaping the benefits of your labors. So thank you very much. David, you want to? You okay? Yeah, I thought we're still in. So we're always glad to see former board members, Shanesha and David. So
So
David will end our remarks. I will say that recognizing the contributions of Marnell Cooper, who is Baltimore born and bred, and Tina Hike Hubbard, who has poured her professional, personal lives into this city and to the school system, is very important. And while we're talking about this in the context of a very difficult conversation, please know that these two individuals behind me, their families, and the people in front of me are with you in the room. I know that we're about to have a very hard night and a long night, but please don't consider this this recognition of their service as a slap in the face at all of what we're all feeling throughout the city. So I just want to say that, and that means every single one. Thank you.
Thanks, Shanisha. I agree that we do have important things to talk about tonight, but I really do want to take some time to acknowledge two of my favorite board members that I was able to serve with. I remember when they were new board members. That went quick, as any of you who've joined this board, especially you new folks, will find out. You don't get to stay new for long. Both of them were remarkable in the work that they did. As a customer of Baltimore City Schools, I really want to thank you for your service because you've definitely made the school system better. I really appreciate the work that you guys did all around, from the committees you served on to the serving as officers of the board, fighting for exactly the things that you thought were right, even when it wasn't popular, which is a lot of what happens up here. I learned a lot from both of you. I really did. Even though I was on the board before you, I have to say that you guys taught me tons of things. I'm glad that I still have the opportunity to keep in touch with the two of you. I'll tell you that leaving is a double-edged sword. I mean, you'll be grateful for the time, but you will definitely feel that there's work to be done, because there's always work to be done. I do know that the people around you will be very happy to have that time back, and I guarantee you that they will fill it as quickly as it opens up, so enjoy this brief moment. Lastly, I'd like to say that, since I've left the board, I've started holding board meetings in my basement with my children, and you're welcome to join us. I just want to warn you that they elected me chair for life, so that position's out. But anyhow, I just wanted to say thank you to you and to your families. So I know both your families really well, because I know the sacrifice they made. And good luck.
Thank you. I'd like to turn it over to Dr. Santelises to say a few words before we give you some parting gifts.
I would just like to say to both, thank you. Thanks. I'd just like to say to both, which I can say now because they're no longer officially commissioners, to both Marnell and Tina, that this work and seeing what you've put in it is just a reminder of how thankless a lot of public service really is. The amount of time and hours that you put into taking my phone calls, to thinking through some of the hardest decisions that will impact future generations, and the fact that your personal sacrifice has planted seeds for generations of Baltimore City public school students. And I am reminded through your work that this is not about public recognition. It is about a commitment to the young people of Baltimore City. Excuse me. Excuse me. You will have an opportunity to speak. We have that in the agenda. We have established a forum for you. But it is rude and disrespectful to service to undermine what is an acknowledgement of service. You will have your time to be outspoken. You will have your time to be angry. We are only asking that you create the space to celebrate the service of people who received no pay in serving the young people of Baltimore City. So, Marnell and Tina, know that the seeds that you have sown will reap fruit, will reap a harvest, and we thank you, and I thank you for all that you have done for the young people of Baltimore City. Thank you.
Do you have anything you want to say?
Thank you. I would just say that it's an honor and a privilege to have served for 7.5 years, given that our term was only supposed to be 6. I appreciate all of you sitting up there, staff included, for your dedication and energy and support for children in this city. We know there's a lot of work to be done, and we leave a bit not being able to have finished all of our work, right? But I know that Marnell did the work, and Marlon and I both did this work as much as we could to try to sort of fix city schools, support city schools, challenge our schools, make them better. So I just want to say that it's an honor, and now I get to have a little bit more time with my own children, even though I was trying to fight for the 84,000 other kids in this city. So I thank you for the honor and privilege to serve on this board.
Marnell?
Madam Chair, Madam CEO, Commissioners, there was a question about whether we should hold this acknowledgement this evening in light of the challenges with respect to the infrastructure. I think Dr. Sauls raised that when she spoke. I will say that for me it is fitting that we're holding this acknowledgement while this topic is in the media. Because approximately 6 years ago when I was appointed, this topic with respect to the infrastructure of Baltimore City Schools was the #1 item on the agenda for the school board. And what I will say, Ms. Trueheart, what I would say is,
You know what?
when I decided to serve, it came out of the fact that I am a product of Cherry Hill 159. I'm a product of Hamilton Junior High School. I'm a product of Southwestern High School. And the cold that folks are experiencing now with the challenge with the school were the same for me. So when I had the opportunity to join the board and participate in this 21st century plan, it held a special meaning because it's something I personally experienced as a kid. I also understand the city, the challenges that we are all facing with respect to young people. I read an article today about Ricky Spector and embracing the young men who committed a crime against her. And I myself, this past weekend, my wife and sitter were robbed right in front of my house. And while I have the resources to pack up and move, I still remain. Because I understand the challenges that those young men are facing because I was once one of them. And I think that we have been fortunate with respect to this issue, with respect to ACLU, groups like Beck, and I know that this battle has been uphill, and we have not always been successful. But people must understand that a school system is like trying to turn an aircraft carrier. It does not turn on a dime. And all of us who have sitting here, and the past commissioners that I served with and those before me, have all been working to turn this ship. But understand the lack of turning the ship is not because of a lack of desire of the heart or the will or the love. It's because there's a structure in place that has been in place for a very long time that takes time to change. And I think I can't even call you commissioner anymore, as Tina said, you know, we are here to continue this work in whatever capacity that we can. I still will be in contact with some of you, and to the extent that I can help, I will. I want to thank all the staff of the board that I've worked with, from Janet Johnson to A.J. Blito DeLuna to Dewana Starrett to Tanisha Moore to Leah Omega for helping me be a better board member and helping me do the job of being chair of the board. I want to thank all the staff, all the fellow commissioners that I've worked with. And I thank you for enduring whatever challenges I brought you for my personality as I endured yours.
Touche.
I thank you for the opportunity to serve, and I think the citizens of Baltimore City, I think, are on the right track because we are coming together to discuss these hard issues from every aspect of the government. And I think that we have the right CEO in place to help us, not just in this operations perspective, because I don't want us to ever lose sight that our number one job is still to educate the minds of students so that they can achieve and that they're not robbing and stealing. So thank you very much. I appreciate the mayors, and I appreciate your commendation as well.
So with that, we'd like to ask both of you to step forward. You're welcome to bring your children up because we have some gifts for you.
Serious heart.
So next, I want to acknowledge some gifts to the school system. I want to acknowledge a gift of $16,394 worth of furniture to be used in the school community center at the Marie G. Faring Elementary Middle School from Ripley's Entertainment. I want to acknowledge a gift of $10,000 to Marie G. Faring Elementary Middle from Ripley's Entertainment. A gift of $1,500 to Marie G. Faring Elementary Middle from the United Way. Gift of $25,511 to William Pack Elementary School from Towson University. Gift of $4,250 to William Pack Elementary from the United States Soccer Foundation. And I want to acknowledge a gift of $30,000 worth of furniture for Baltimore City Public Schools from TJ Distributors. Thank you very much to all those who've contributed. With that, I'd like to entertain a motion to approve the PEP agenda and the appeals and hearings. Motion by Commissioner Hassan, second by Commissioner Chinia. All in favor? Commissioner Hassan, Harris, Bandima, Canham, Kashani, Chinia, Frank, Berkeley. Motion passes 7-0. With that, I'd like to turn to CEO Santelises for her comments.
Thank you, Board Chair Kashani, and I want to thank everyone for coming out this evening for tonight's board meeting. I want to reiterate that because of timing, we were unable to open up this space and in the way that we would like. So what we are doing is on January 22nd, we will have a town hall meeting where we will be able to accommodate more comments. We know we've seen the number of people that really wanted to be able to speak this evening. We have your names, we have your contact information. We are also preparing a place on our website that you will be able to go and log in your comments, your suggestions for any of you that will not be able to attend on January 2nd from 6 to 8 p.m. I'm sorry, I thought I said that, but January 22nd from 6 to 8 p.m. at Dunbar High School. That's Dunbar High School, January 22nd, 6 to 8 p.m. And also, you will be able to go to the Baltimore City Public School website, and there will be a place for those of you who cannot attend to be able to log your suggestions, your concerns, even your just bold-faced complaints, either way. We want to set that up so that we make sure we get the feedback that we know is there from the larger public. Okay, thank you. So first, I'm going to say one thing. I'm going to say one thing now. There is space, hold on, there is space here for people to speak. We are creating space on January 22nd for people to speak. We have opportunities to read people's responses. The only thing is that we ask that you just allow us to speak, and then you can have your commentary, you can do your shout-outs, but at least allow us the opportunity to communicate. That's right, and we want to stop it, ma'am, ma'am, ma'am. So I want to begin the meeting by acknowledging just so that you know, no, I didn't say that. Okay, then my apologies. I didn't mean don't be upset. I did not mean don't be upset. All I was saying, fair enough.
It's 6. It's 6 now. So I would like to ask everybody if we could please restore some order. No, I didn't. I just asked if we could restore some order. No, I didn't say. Excuse me. let me finish. What I was going to say was that we appreciate the emotion, and while it was not in the normal order of things, we appreciate that you spoke. It's not an easy time for anybody, particularly with children and grandchildren in the schools. You are right. You're wrong that we don't care about it and that we're not trying to do something about it, but you are right to be as angry as you are. So what I want to do is I want to allow Dr. Santelises to say a few more words. Please. I tried to explain in the beginning. This is a regular board business meeting. There are reasons why we had to do it this way. We have a public comment set. As soon as Dr. Santelises is finished speaking, we're going to open it up for public comment. No, I did not. Yes, I knew the crowd. So I appreciate that. We're going to. So that's. I'm going to try to get her to stop. So, yes. So here's what we're gonna do. Here's what we're gonna do. I was gonna transition to public comment. I hated it when. Okay, what I'd like to do is I'm going to take the agenda out of order. Thank you for your. Thank you for your input and feedback. I'd like to transition to public comment. We're going to we are going to return to the other items on the board agenda, but I hear you. So what we're going to start with the.
Kim True.
What about the-
You'll have to go to Kim True.
All right. All right. We are going to take this out. We're going to take the agenda out. We're going to take the agenda out of order. We're going to start with public comment, and then we're going to go to the special recognition. So Trish and I think Dr. English Marietta is here tonight. We're going to wait. So I want to go in the order of that people signed up. So Kim Trueheart, you're first.
We got some issues. We have issues here tonight to discuss. And I'm going to point fingers at Governor Larry Hogan and Annapolis. We are one of the poorest jurisdictions in the state of Maryland, and we depend on state funding. Whether you like it or not, we depend on state funding. And if the funding protocols don't accommodate the fact that I don't have a big bank account, right, that I can write advance checks on, then the funding protocols need to change. And we are demanding forward funding of all the capital projects that we have here in Baltimore City. No ifs, ands, or buts. And don't be sending us a little stupid $2.3 million check when you rescinded over $65 million in projects. I want a check in Baltimore City this week for $65 million. You're not going to let us sit here and have to patchwork the problems that have existed during your tendency in office and everybody before you. Y'all need to get it straight. We need help here. Arnie Duncan said it great the other day on Twitter. And for those of you who didn't see what he said, why are Baltimore City schools closed and schools in wealthier communities still open? Why so often in America do we allow the children who need the most to get the least? Anyone who tells you we value our children the same is lying, because y'all don't value our children the same in this place called America. We don't do it in Maryland, right? And Baltimore can't fight this friggin' battle alone. The parents are back there outraged. And I'm not saying it's the board's fault. I usually come up here and say you're fired, but not this time. This time, it is a problem in Annapolis with the way they want to give us money. They want us to beg for it, so I'm begging. I am begging. You need to give us the daggone money now, or Larry Hogan, you will not be reelected. I want a check here in Baltimore City for $65 million so we can fix our systems. They're broken. 65, do you get that? Not 2.3. $65 million now, son.
I'd like to welcome our next guest, Khalil Harris.
All right, Kalila. Good evening. All right, so I am the mother of 3 magically black girls. I am a parent in Baltimore City Public Schools. You want me to use a cafeteria voice? Okay, I am the mother of 3 magically black girls. I am a parent in Baltimore City Public Schools, and I think we are all here because if you go by the renowned poet Sean Carter, I don't believe you need more people. It is not the case that you can sit here and say, we need to stop pointing fingers and replace that with wagging your finger at us. We agree that we all need to do something differently. We must do it urgently. There is no more time to wait. The school facilities are a symptom of lack of equity for our children. This is a predominantly black school district. This is a new CEO. We need to give her full faith and credit to do her job, right? Nobody's hands are clean. Our elected officials, city council, mayor, governor, our state delegation, everybody has a problem because constantly what we do is see listen, I was featured in People magazine 10 years ago, sat in front of this board 10 years ago, talking about exactly the same issue. Exactly the same issue. A shell game was played with the Education Trust Fund, saying that we were going to have additional funds from these casinos, something also installed to take away from our communities and build inequity. And we don't have that money. That money was moved out, and now you're saying that we don't have enough money, Larry Hogan. 65 million sounds good this week. People say things like, we're going to build strategies based on the number of people leaving this school district. And that is a deficit-based model. Let's use an asset equity-based model. I am organizing with a coalition of Black grassroots leaders to establish an education platform based on racial equity and equitable access to resources. And we are going to present that platform and ask you to join us in executing it, because we can't wait for you to tell us what's going to happen any further, because you all don't seem to have a level of urgency for our children. What's good for my child must be good for every other child in this city. And I'm going to put my skin in the game. We're asking you to put skin in the game. Meetings are nice. Action is better. Action is better. We sit here in front of an unelected school board. There is no accountability here. We sit in front of an unelected school board. We are disenfranchised as it relates to accountability for how our children are being raised with you every single day. And so I want to ask you to move beyond the school facilities and work with us to establish a plan that is equitable for our children receiving a high-quality education, not 10, 15, or 20 years from now, but in the near future, And I do call on you, Sonia, to tell us what you need from us. Tell us what you need from us, but also tell us what we should expect from you to hold you accountable. Thank you, friends.
Thank you, Kalila. LaCheryl Jones? Ms. Jones?
Okay. Well, she can take, I'm number 8 Jones, so I'm Tysana Jones, and I'll get her on number 3.
Okay, so can somebody alert the other Miss Jones? But Tysana,
Okay,
go
Dr.
for it.
Tysana Jones. Good evening. My name is Tysana Jones. I've been in the city now for 4 years. As someone who's been an educator for 15 years prior to coming to Baltimore City, the first time I walked into a school building here, I literally cried my first day of school. The school was so dirty that everything I put up that weekend had fallen to the ground. The kids told me that everyone knew you had to use hot glue to get them to stick. There were mouse turds on every desk, every corner, and in the closets. And again, students wiped down the desk as if this was normal. And the heat in the room was akin to being in Las Vegas in July. The kids found this normal, telling me that sometimes it's so cold they wear their coats in school. Me, a newcomer, found their acceptance of this being the norm is scary. And as school is supposed to be a place run by professionals that know better and create schools that meet the needs of students that include safe and conducive environments for learning. In fact, City Schools says it's essential that supportive learning environments that promote high achievement for every student is one of the mantras we find on the website. These issues are all in addition to me being hired as a special educator in a co-taught class for science for middle school, to finding out that same week that I'd be teaching math as a special educator, but there was no math teacher, and it was a vacancy in that space. I don't do math. My mama told me, baby, you can't do that. It's my mama. She said no. But we did it. This abuse, this is the first time I said I was just overwhelmed by the lack of foresight, by educational abuse by a school district. The heating situation is a part of an iceberg, the part that we can see. I urge you to investigate and consider the structural changes as top priority, addressing the problems that have been kept out of sight but are embedded in the culture of post-traumatic and ongoing trauma that manifests in hopelessness and outrage, as we displayed tonight, by citizens and the children of Baltimore. This heating situation isn't new. It's out of sight to the general public and has become one of the many unacceptable norms to those who are in the schools daily. Principals that need to decide to buy toilet paper or pay for an additional teacher, teachers being surplused in the middle of the school year, dropped into schools unknown to them in communities, children being forced into school cultures that are unsafe and unacceptable. The culture of dysfunction and toxicity informs continuous inequitable distribution of resources and treatment that are not only impact educational outcomes for the children in the city, but continuous cycles of poverty. Education, when done right, eradicates cycles of poverty. In fact, Madam Chair, you mentioned that this tax base, being one of the lowest tax bases in the state, We need to emphasize the need for radical structural change. We do not have the luxury for this to not be a priority. I'm a taxpayer. I'm appalled. As an educator, I'm ashamed of the leadership and the decades of abuse that have happened in the hands of policymakers who have the power to make real change. I am hopeful with positive and negative publicity of Baltimore City that we have received, that we are ready to do the work that will impact this generation and generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Tasana. Are you LaCheryl Jones? Thank you, Ms. Jones.
Okay. I'm on. First and foremost, thank you to everyone here, and to God be all the
Please
glory.
speak up. There's a lot of people that can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, much better.
Awesome. I said thank you to everyone who was here for taking the time to hear me out, and to God be all the glory. It is time for us to transition from the act of protest to the art of protest. It's time for us to formulate a proactive response to the everyday societal tribulations. There's a story about a lame man who was waiting for one of the disciples to come and help them walk. They walked past, and they didn't give him what he wanted, but they gave him what he needed, the empowerment. And it's time for us to pick up our mats and walk collectively, all of us. Standing outside on the corner and protest does something, but it's not the most productive option. The protest is going to happen, it's going to disperse, and that's going to be it. The work is so hard because a lot of people expect all of the organizers to be the heroes and the leaders who are going to lead us out of this. We need to be shutting that narrative down. The whole leadership complex is both really troubling for the person who is told that they need to be the leader, but it's also troubling for the community because it places all of the responsibility on one person when it needs to be a collective effort. Not my words, that's quoted from Michaela from Baltimore Rising. Shame on us that it is acceptable or even an option to have the children of Baltimore City in this current situation. I stand here today to be a voice for the defenseless, our children, the children who are defenseless, but not only defenseless, but are being prevented access to one of the greatest weapons they will ever have in this lifetime, the weapon of knowledge and empowerment through education. Knowing is half the battle, and we are leaving our babies ill-equipped for the war. I say shame on us because this was a collective downfall, and until we realize and grasp our individual responsibility, we will collectively continue to fail our babies. You made it acceptable because we've seen a history of mismanagement of funds, resources that are meant under your realm of responsibility, respectfully to the board, to safeguard the institutions that grow our children's intellect. Ghost students, casino funds mismanagement, grade alterations, school closures, all allude to the lack of true investment in our children's future. We simply want change. We, parents, members of the community, made it an option for them to do it because it's not my child, it's not my neighborhood, because. Guess what? Because we aren't watching, we are here. Regularly, consistent, starting at a PTA at your school, going to a PTA meeting, supporting the people that go out to the meetings, and it's only a sprinkle of us. It should be all of us. All of us. This should be a norm. This shouldn't be the minority. This is a regular school board meeting. This should be all the time for our babies because people will only do what you let them do, and we let this happen. But we can stop it today. It's great that we're all here tonight, but let's not make this a finger-pointing escapade. Let's get to work. Let's build some bridges. Until we hold ourselves individually and then collectively accountable by working together, we will continue to fail our children. From the school board, I would like to know, what is your specific plan for the upcoming legislative session that begins on January 10th in Annapolis, y'all? Okay, to begin to craft a better future for our children, and who on your team is leading it? What support do you need from us? I need you to fix this immediate need of heat and have the baby set up for summer with AC. But I want to know what plans of action you have in place to capitalize on the Blueprint for Success that CEO Santelises presented, the Kirwan Commission status. If you don't know about it, Google it. Specific plans for Baltimore City. These are the things that we need to be on top of. Parents, this isn't just a random rally. The school board meets twice a month. Be here. If you can't be here, replace the Scandal and Game of Thrones with Education Channel 77 and video playback on Vimeo. all online resources. Get to know each and every one of these faces and the faces of your elected officials. Become familiar with Annapolis. If this is too overwhelming for you, find an organization that is current and active to support. Get to work. Get into school and support it. Volunteer. Michelle Obama said in 2015 that education is the greatest civil rights issue facing our children today. But she also said, go to the bad school you have, with the exception of schools with problems that place our children in immediate danger. Get them to school. Get these babies in school and fight for their knowledge, because the next thing you might hear is declining enrollment is an issue. We need to move. It is time for us to move offensively. Defensively only when necessary. Our babies have no heat, defense. But it should be a regular strategy of offense, where we should be at the table, not accepting the crumbs. Voting. If you don't vote, shame on you. If you find out about this as your first interaction with the school board, shame on us. Because I stand here and say, this is my first time here testifying, but it won't be my last. Because I will hold accountable. I will be a part of the solution. We can't change the past, but we can leap into the future. The time is now. Use what you have and make it happen. The ball is in our court. Let's play. Thank you, and God bless the city of Baltimore.
Thank you very much, Ms. Jones. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask our next guest, Christina Duncan Evans.
Hi, my name is Christina Duncan Evans, and I've been a teacher in Baltimore City for 11 or 12 years now, and I am a member of the steering committee of the Baltimore Movement of Rank and File Educators. We're a social justice teachers union caucus, and we have prepared a statement that has gathered over 1,500 signatures that we've sent to the board. Originally, we were going to read it, but I'm just going to reference it. We all know in this room that the underfunding has been caused over decades of underfunding by the state, but I think we also need to acknowledge that historically Baltimore City Public Schools has not been an institution that has adequately advocated for itself. We have not done, and when I say we, I mean the previous leadership and all of us in this room today have not done the job of calling out the people who are not our friends. The mayor is not our friend. The governor is not our friend. And the unwillingness to push and call for what we need and what our students deserve needs to stop, because it's just not working. All of the compromises, all the backdoor deals, it hasn't resulted in what our kids need. And all of this political gamesmanship that happens, the tension in this room is the byproduct of all of the lack of transparency that has been a benchmark for decades. And so we need you to stand up for this institution and make louder calls to the people who have the purse strings. We also need you to do the immediate things right now. Like, we need a temperature threshold. We need a policy, a clear policy about communication. What information can parents expect to know? We need principals to have the autonomy to act quickly when student safety is endangered. And we need contingency plans with city government, because this is going to happen again. And hearing stories about kids waiting for hours at recreation centers for food, that shouldn't happen again. It shouldn't have happened the first time, but now that we know that these gaps exist, it's up to this institution right here to come forward and say, what are you going to do to fix it? What is the contingency plan? So that when this happens again, because it will, families know where to go. These services that schools provide are a bare minimum. My heat is fixed, but now the heater is so loud that I can't teach. And so when we talk about heat, that is the bare minimum for an instructional environment. The last thing I want to say is that when you come into this building, there's lots of posters about blockbusting and redlining, and I think that, I won't call it performative wokeness, but I think that we need the action to line up with that. We need an equity policy, not an equity statement. And we need you to say what you're going to do to write things within the district.
Thank you, Christina. Shawan Reed, next guest.
Good evening. Can y'all hear me? I'm one of the type of parents that I grew up with the village and the school system, so I'm definitely a person that believes in that village and all of us working together collectively to make change. I've been here before. My son isn't even a student at Northwestern, but I care about my village. So I'm the type of parent who will come out here even if it doesn't apply to me. And I think to everyone in this room, even if it doesn't apply to you, we need you. We need all of us together to make a change. Now, I'm an advocate, and I'm with the Hamilton People's Union, and I had quite a few students come to me for letters of recommendation, and that was actually for them to actually go to high school. They felt that some of the parents were knowledgeable about the composite scores and what that really actually weighs. And so a lot of students that were A students came to me as well as kids that were in special ed. So I have two different things I would like to discuss. The composite score for special ed and general ed should be weighed differently. When weighed the same, special ed students experience and face structural barriers by means of inequitable opportunities, which prevents them from succeeding. High school and middle choice become leftovers for them, forcing some kids that might have cognitive disabilities to schools with kids that have behavior issues and problems. That is why an equitable policy is needed for equitable accountability and not an equitable statement. I would also like to say, as far as the PARCC testing and Common Core. Common Core forces our children to actually be on a higher grade level. There are kids in special ed that are not in that level. However, they are still exposed to that curriculum, and they still have to be on the same basis as regular students. Some of the regular students are not succeeding, and I truly believe with the research that shows that a lot of schools are not performing well, that is because of those different programs you put. Common Core should have been for elementary, pre-K children just entering in high school, entering in elementary school. It should not have been for students that already have one way to learn. And I tutor kids, and actually I have a graduate degree, and I cannot even tutor them with some of the methods that they can even learn. So that's a problem. And I think that there should be more interaction with the community or your office to help us even teach them where they need to be. And also, as far as the environment, with the PARCC testing, you can have a student who has an A average in attendance and an A average in the grades, an A average as well, or 100% perfect attendance. But that composite score, it affects them very deeply. So I just wanted to put this on the table. When you do have tests, especially the PARCC testing, is there any type of way or procedures someone can come into the school district to look at the climate and the environment in which our children take tests? Because I believe you could be the smartest child, go to school every day, but if that climate and that environment in which you take that test is not clear and it's not conducive to our students, they will fail. So I hope that y'all address that as far as these issues with heating and just the environments, the negative environments that these kids are in, especially the ones that don't have those scores that are needed to go to the schools that can excel and help them. Some kids not going to college. Some are just getting out of school and getting a job. And we need to make sure those kids are prepared to be at the best school and not any school that's not performing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next guest is Keisha Goodwin.
I want to submit this equity. Put on board access back. Hello, everyone. I am a parent, Baltimore City homeowner, the PTO vice president, and on the school family council. I have a great concern about the proposed fair student funding model. The question is it fair? BCPS proposal is a structural barrier because it is an inequitable funding system which will impede on progress. In order for a school to receive poverty rate, there has to be at least 60% of the students who receive direct service quality or insufficient in amount. According to dictionary.com, achievement is the result gained by effort. In ESSA, defines equity as providing extra or unique support for students so they have what they need to succeed. Poverty and achievement are distinctively different. Therefore, poverty cannot replace or be used as a substitute for achievement. Poverty is an impact factor, along with effective teachers, curriculum, climate, and attendance, which impacts achievement. When observing my chart, you can see over the years how funding has decreased. With Alonzo in 2010, advanced achievement weighted 45 hundredths. The dollar amount was 2,200. Basic or low achievement was 2,200 with a weight of 45 hundredths. And poverty for high school was 1,800 and a dollar amount of 900. The base weight was 4,785. It decreased by 2014 to 2016, and they changed high achievement to high performance of $1,000. That's a difference of $1,100 already. Low achievement went to $1,000. Again, a difference of $1,200. And the base weight went up, though, to 5,700. 2016 to present, high performance was 800, low performance 800, base weight 5,400. And that is the model in which we're distributing money to schools now. BCPS proposal is an optional weight for advanced and talented at $650. Poverty at $350, and remember, schools have to have students with at least 60% to receive the poverty amount. And in concentrated poverty is $200, which schools have to have 80% of students in poverty in order to receive that. And the base weight is 5,500. Low achievement have been completely eliminated, and advanced and gifted and talented is optional. This is unacceptable. I disapprove of this proposal.
Keisha, can you wrap up, please?
The ideal proposal will put the weights back to where Alonzo had it for advanced, gifted, and talented, and it will be a permanent weight. Basic weight or low achievement will also be a permanent weight at 4,500 of the base weight. Poverty will be back where Alonzo had it at 1,800. Concentrated poverty will be at 900. Small schools should be schools with at least 180 students. Base weight at 5,700. The proposal you have do not address LCR, LREA, LREB, or LERC. So where is the transparency in this model? And that's why I feel that we have controlled information that does not allow parents and community to give the best decisions when saying how much money we need for our kids.
Keisha.
Yes. So my question is to the school district, how will students with low achievement that's not in poverty be addressed? What impact does your proposal have on Title I and special ed? What impact does this proposal have on charters? Also,
Keisha.
Yes. Okay. What is your criteria for small schools? And last but not least, this is why we need an equity policy, not an equity statement. because children like special ed and other kids needs this district to be committed to making sure that they receive the resources they need to be successful.
Thank you, Keisha.
And if you submit your questions, the questions that you have outlined, if you submit them, we'll be able to review them, just because you went through them now, and like a copy of your chart, and then we'll be able to communicate back, because you had a lot of questions that we just don't have time for tonight, but we'll get back to you.
Oh, last question. Can you put the equity policy back on February's agenda? Oh. It has descended from 2010.
So I'd like to, we have three more speakers. I'm going to say the name of the next person plus the person behind them, because some people are in the overflow room and it's not fair to them if they don't know when they're up. So the next guest is Kimberly Smith, immediately followed by Tamika Sneed. I don't know how to say that word. Tanika Sneed. But right now it's Kimberly Smith.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Smith. This is my granddaughter. She's a Baltimore City School student. We're kind of fortunate because her school wasn't one of those 85 that needed trauma treatment for heat and air conditioning when it happens. But sitting back and watching everything that's going on as a parent, as a grandparent, because I'm a grandparent in Baltimore City Schools. I'm sorry, I'm a grandparent in Baltimore City Schools. I'm raising 3 grandchildren, just like a lot of other caretakers in Baltimore. It's just not parents in here. I came here tonight and I wanted to speak on policy. We have a policy for heat. We don't have a policy for cold. Heat goes away when they're on break and it gets turned on. And from my understanding, what I'm starting to gather and read is that teachers say to the principal, my room's not warm. Principal calls facilities. Facilities comes out. Facilities says, oh, but the heat is working. But the temperature in the room's still 45 degrees. And then the facility person comes back and says, well, the heat is working. And then that school is now not closed because the heat is on, but the room is not warm. So we have to have a policy in place that says if it's a certain degree outside, why are we sending our babies into cold schools? It's not fair. Half of our students can't even get to the school because they're not properly dressed to begin with. We have schools, we have coat drives, we give away. She gets a brand new coat from school every year. And I can buy a coat and I tell her to take it back. I've given coats to other people. I give clothes away. I give shoes away because they grow, and that's something else someone can use in this city. I don't know. I'm not going to blame it on the money. I'm not going to blame it on you all. I'm not going to blame it on the mayor, the governor. This has been going on for decades. Decades. You all have been passed a buck that's 75 cents short, and it's not fair, and I get it. I get it. But we have to get into a solution. We've known the problems for years. Can we get into the solution of what needs to be done to give our children an education? I said to someone where I work that I keep telling my grandchildren that education is the key to get up and out of what they're in. And that person kindly reminded me, but what kind of education are they getting, Kim? See, she can read, and she can write, and she can do Common Core math. I can't. I can't even help her with her math homework because I don't know what the heck y'all doing. But she can do it. They teach me stuff every day. But we have to. I beg of you. I plead with you. Can we get a policy in place so these babies are not going to school in the cold and they're not sitting in classrooms where they can see their air coming out their mouths? Thank you. I appreciate you all letting me speak.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. Our next guest, are you Tamika? Tamika? Yes. How do you say your last name? Sneed. Oh, it is Sneed. Okay, we welcome Tamika Sneed. And the next speakers are, and the last 2 that have signed up are Tavian Caldwell and Mac Hampton.
Good evening. My name is Tamika Sneed. I am here as a proud mother of 5 children, 2 of which are Baltimore City. Hi, my name is Tamika Sneed. I am a proud mother of 5 children, 2 of which are Baltimore City school graduates. I'm also a proud staff member of Downtown Baltimore Family Alliance and also a member of Baltimore Education Coalition. I'm here today because I believe our city can only thrive if our children have the tools to succeed, and starts with having schools with warm enough to learn in. Right now, our children do not have what they need and what they are entitled to under our state constitution, and what they should be ensured as children of any city in this country. But right now, our children are trying to learn in an environment of a third world country in 2018. The heating crisis clearly says our children that they are not our top priority in this city, and that saddens me. These same children fight their way through adversities that come with living in poverty, barely having the basic necessities at home, such as food, heat, and electricity. They are afraid to go outside because they are scared they may get hit by a stray bullet. Once they fight through all that, imagine having to fight through all of that just to come to school with no heat, where it's so cold that our children can barely hold a number 2 pencil in their hands. When they want a sip of water, they can't even get water from the water fountain. Because why? The water is not drinkable because those water fountains are filled with lead. They risk cancer sitting in buildings filled with asbestos and can't even go to the bathroom because the bathrooms are not working properly. Our children are supposed to be our future. How can we expect them to live and thrive in these substandard conditions as a third world country? In Howard County, Anne Arundel County, and Montgomery County, their children aren't learning in these environments, so why should our children learn in these environments? It makes me feel as though no one cares about our city's children. We too are Maryland too. Baltimore City kids matter too. In the midst of this crisis, our leaders have bickered over who should be responsible for fixing the heat. You know what? I really don't care who's responsible. This is not the time to point fingers. This is the time to find solutions. Not later, not yesterday, not tomorrow, but right now. I am a taxpaying citizen, and my children deserve, these children, because all of Baltimore City are my children, because they're all at one. Critics scream that our children are not thriving, that they are thugs, they'll never be anything. How can these same children have a fighting chance when they don't even have a stable learning environment? Baltimore City has heard its share of empty promises. I'm tired of the omelets. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to fix this. I'm going to do this. We're going to do this. When are y'all going to put some action behind your words? We must make our children our priority, just like they do in other counties. I and every other parent in this building, school demand action, not later, not tomorrow, not yesterday, no more almas, now. And I stand for all the children in this city. It makes me sad that you see on Facebook children at Rosemont Elementary are walking around, these babies walking around with masks on their face because they're smelling asbestos. Then you wonder why our children are having all these ADHD problems. It's because of the asbestos and the lead problems. But then they say our children don't matter. See, your actions, I was told at an early age that love is an action word. If you love our children, you care about our children, you'll put some action behind your words. I stand strongly because and a lot of these kids don't have parents like me. They have the capability to advocate for them. So I'm advocating for them too. I'm advocating for the lost ones, the ones that say that they wouldn't be here, the ones that say that they won't be anybody. I stand for them too, because guess what? All our children in Baltimore City lives matter. Not just Federal Hill, not just Fells Point, but all kids matter. Every school, Collins Square kids matter. Collins Square kids matter. Rosemont Elementary kids matter. All kids matter in these schools, and all these kids deserve a fighting chance. And it's our duty. It's our duty to give these kids a fighting chance.
That's right. Thank you very much. Our next speakers, and we appreciate the statements put out by the Downtown Baltimore Family Alliance. Thank you very much. Our next speakers are Tavian Caldwell and Mac Hampton. Looks like they signed up together. So I want to give another minute. I want to see if Mr. Caldwell and So what I'm going to do is we're going to hear from Mr. Caldwell and Mr. Hampton. And then I'm going to invite our guest to speak on Rosemont. And then I'm going to turn it to Trish and Marietta to close down the public comment. So our guest who wants to speak on Rosemont, if you can hold for a few more minutes until Mr. Caldwell and Hampton speak, then we'll talk about the Rosemont. Are you Mr.
Yes, Mr. Tavian Cardwell.
Cardwell, I'm sorry, thank you.
Tavian Cardwell, yes. I come with role and responsibility of the Mount Washington School Green Committee in partnership with Claire and Mercedes of Poly, who have organized Baltimore Beyond Plastic movement. I've been to many rallies. We've been to many meetings. And it won't stop here. We'll continue because we care. And we're right that it's not just later in time, that it's now. And so, respectfully of your time, I will just ask one basic question. Can we please take the creative steps to change the structure to keep our kids physical and mentally strong by eating off of non-polystyrene trays, rather eating off of compostable trays? We don't burn polystyrene in the microwave. We shouldn't be eating off of them in schools. And to produce and allow fresh, flowing water to all of our schools. Please. I believe that we'll find that we save our money in the long run and so much more. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cardwell. Is Mr. Hampton here? Mac Hampton? I know there wasn't space for everyone to sign up. I would like to invite our guest who wants to speak on Rosemont to come forward to make public comment on Rosemont. We've heard a lot about the heat. Where'd she go? She was just right there. All right, all right. No. Sorry? Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
First, let me say I didn't get a chance to sign the board, so my name is Lakeisha Diggs. I'm sorry. My name is Lakeisha Diggs. I am a parent at Rosemont Elementary Middle School. Why? First, let me just say this. I express to my kids constantly, when you tell a lie, no one will believe you. When you tell a lie, you will never be trusted. You have to gain that trust back. So I say that to say, when the letter came to the school to be released to the parents for the asbestos concerns, which initially said that it was a possible asbestos issue. But then we get to a meeting and we're told that it is an asbestos issue and that it has been known since June. This letter that we received came out on December the 7th. So from June until then, parents had no knowledge of this issue. And the letter that we received basically told us that we will be getting a new roof, which we all know the school needs. So parents were elated. They were happy until you go to the next paragraph. My problem is the transparency with the school board. My problem is when you all can sit here and say that you care, but I have reached out, other parents have reached out, other parents have been here, and we receive no empathy for what our kids are going through. Now, you say you care, but again, action speaks louder than words. We have asked since December the 7th that the kids are removed from the facility. Now, while we just went through the crisis about the heat, and we all know that that was something that needed to be addressed immediately. And it was in 2 days. So I don't understand why I've been pounding and other parents have been pounding since December the 7th to ask if these kids could be removed from this building just until you guys figure out what your next step is. But meanwhile, we are supposed to bring our kids to school every day and let them sit in these conditions with masks for some of them and some of them not. I also want to address that every time the PTO puts something out there, we did a mini boycott where a lot of kids didn't come to school, and then the school board sent a letter home saying that the project was postponed, which made a lot of parents think that it was over and done, so their children came back to school. I'm a dedicated parent. My kids go to school every day, but I will say that they have not been back in school since December the 7th. And I think that every parent here that has a child at Rosemont Elementary School should consider pounding this building and whoever else you need to get in contact with, because we need those babies in a safe environment while this takes place. No more time. There's no more time to say we're going to have another meeting. Every time we address the issue, it's another meeting date, another meeting date. We went from December the 7th to December the 13th to we'll have another meeting. Now it's January the 17th. So for 2 weeks or 2.5 weeks, our kids are asked to still sit in this building while you guys address this issue. And we're getting no transparency. Now you can say that the asbestos is not disturbed. I know better. I see the ceilings leak. I also know that no one just came in June and put asbestos-related materials in the ceiling. So therefore, if we had leaking roofs a year ago, 2 years ago, my daughter has been there now for 5 years. This is something that can kill our kids, not to mention our teachers in the long run. I want my children to prosper. I want them to become doctors, lawyers, teachers, whatever it is their heart desires. I don't want them to come to me when they turn 27 and say, I cannot complete what I want to complete because I am ill. This kills. It is not fair to ask our children to be in this environment. It's not fair to ask the teachers that are entrusted to our children to teach in that environment and then tie their hands as to what they can do. I've reached out to the union to help represent them, to no avail. And it's fine because I'll keep on doing what I'm doing, but in the same token, you guys need to do something. Those kids should not sit in classrooms with masks on a daily basis.
Thank you, Ms. Diggs.
So I will just say on the Rosemont piece, that with regard, what we'll do is we'll circle back immediately. My initial understanding was that we did not begin any work because we did not want to begin any work around the asbestos until we had the opportunity to meet with parents. So there's no activity.
But
Yeah.
my concern is, as well as yours, not doing it then.
No.
What about
Please come back to the microphone.
You can come back to the mic.
Please come back to the microphone.
You can go back to the mic.
We want to make sure that it's captured.
Okay.
Yeah.
My concern with that is the fact that you all already knew, the fact that we were told that it was not there, then it was there, and you guys knew since June, which I'm sure was before that. But however, at this point, no matter how quickly you address it, The first issue that needs to be addressed is finding these kids a facility to go to. We are chartered with Coppin. I have reached out to Coppin. Coppin has not responded to my questions. We have a parent that has been going there. No response. So we need answers. We need the children moved. I've myself made contact with Recreations, the Agape House, people that are willing to give us this space. But then again, the school board comes back and say, I can't transport these kids over there without permission slips. At the end of the day, health is more important than wealth.
Absolutely.
So with that being said, I will not return my kids in that building. I do not want to transfer them. They have formed a loving relationship with the teachers there. I have. You know, I respect every teacher in that building. But at the end of the day, I will not send them back. I need a safe facility for my children to get their education. And all of the children there do. All of the teachers, the staff, the administrators, and the parents that come and go every single day in that building.
Thank you. Sir, are you Mac Hampton?
Say again?
Are you Mac Hampton?
No, I am not. My name is Trey Murphy. Yep.
Mac Hampton is our final speaker.
Nope, I don't think so, but he should definitely come up here and speak too. Nope. Matt Campton, you here? Okay, all right, well, guess it's my turn. So, first I just want to say I'm just so glad that it's nice and toasty here.
Sir,
because I think that's important.
Did you? I don't.
Yeah, I understand. Listen, man, we just going out of order today because people are upset. Now, a lot of people have voiced concerns.
This is going to be the last speaker before we go to
A lot
Trish.
of people have voiced concerns, and I just want to put out there that I'm not interested in reiterating those concerns. I think that you guys heard it clear. I'm interested in figuring out what you all are going to do, right? I deal with facts, right? The fact is, for years now, the school system has been underfunded. It's not necessarily you all's fault. You all have inherited. It's not you all's fault on the surface, I'll say. It is things that you all can do in the wake of some of the issues that we see on the surface, right? But I also want to make it a point that for years now, decades, this school board, this school system has played bureaucracy with the lives of our students, right? The fact that you all fail to put out any type of public statement or public criticism of the state's inability to fully fund this school district based off of their own standards is a problem, right? There was a lawsuit back in the early 2000s. At the time, the city was underfunded by $800 million. The school system was underfunded by $800 million, right? To this day, it has risen to $1.7 billion that the school system has been underfunded. That is factual, right? A court case that was won, a court case that this school system signed on board for to take the state to court. And because of that, right, we now have something documented in writing, a leg to stand on, that this school system fails to speak on. The fact that we currently need about $3 billion just to bring our school system up to standard. And we have not advocated on our own behalf. This school board has failed to advocate on the behalf of the students. That is a tragedy in and of itself. So I'm not interested in talking about how much you guys have done a good job as public servants or how long you guys have had tenure here. I'm interested in figuring out what are your solutions, and are you going to say something about the money that is owed in addition to the money that is needed, right? Because we know that the money that is owed is not enough. We know that. But are we going to advocate on behalf of the students who deserve it? I'm a product of Baltimore City schools. I'm a product of it. It ain't been that long ago since I was in the school system. It wasn't that long ago since I sat inside the same room and under Thornton hijacked the school board meeting. I have no intentions on trying to do that here. I'm trying to work with y'all. I am. I am. Some of y'all probably remember my face. I'm trying to work with y'all here. But the rhetoric that you all using is bureaucracy. It's all politics. I'm not interested. We've been playing politics enough with everyday people's lives. It's time to stop. The time is now to put out a statement condemning the state and even the city too for their failed response to our students. The time is now. So the question is, are you guys going to act? Are you guys going to answer the call? It makes no sense that we have to pack this building just to get an agenda amended, right? Because you knew that people was coming here. Let's not play like we didn't know that people was coming here, that they was going to be angry, and we couldn't change this agenda around. We knew it was coming. You guys knew that you guys messed up. Y'all knew it. There's no other way around it. Yes, in many respects, as I said before, it is not 100% your fault, but the buck's got to stop somewhere, and at some point, got to stop passing it along to the next people. Some of you all I've known for years since I was in the school system. Tina Highcup, when she was here, she was one of the first people that met with me as a young person trying to get these issues fixed. But we still having the same issues. So when are we going to say enough is enough? It's not enough to just do an investigation anymore. It's not enough to just pacify the issue. I'm grateful that you guys have been working with the mayor, who seems to think that now is the time for her to act, and the governor, who wants to throw $2.5 million at this issue that we know takes almost $3 billion. So, and yes, and somebody mentioned the lottery. We never seen that money. So when are you guys going to step up? It's my question.
Thank you.
And we need, and seriously, I don't need, in all honesty, I don't need thank yous. I need an actual answer to when are you guys going to step up? Because you guys need to be held accountable to that.
We have
Oh, yeah.
Sir, can I have your... No, Asia, please. Please respect.
Can I get your name? Just give me your name.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Your name.
Trey Murphy.
Thank you.
So, I mean, I don't know if you guys are going to answer that question tonight, but when can we expect the answer to that question? I mean, because
We have
I got all
relentlessly
day.
advocated with the state to get more money. Every committee, every hearing, every year, every hour, every letter, we have relentlessly
And have
advocated.
you guys brought up the fact that the state owes the city
We have
money?
relentlessly reminded them of that fact. We have joined arms with every advocacy organization in this city. You are right. You are right. But what you're not right about is that we have not tried. We have relentlessly advocated with the state about the money that they have withheld.
So-
We are
so
thrilled.
here's
There's
what-
going to be a bill this year to try to put that casino money in a lockbox. You are right.
So can I
Honestly,
can I make a
you can make another statement. So Trey, please make your closing comment, and then we're going to welcome Trish Pilla Garcia. Thank you.
So I would just like to say that I'm not sure how much of that was done in the public eye, but that's one aspect of things. The other aspect of things is that it has not been any meaningful engagement with students, parents, community members. I mean, I've been doing this work for a long time.
Trey.
I've been doing this work
Trey,
for a long
you asked
time.
me to respond to your question.
So
I hear you.
Here's what we can do. Here's what we can do in the interest
Trey.
of moving things forward, right?
Trey.
This is what we can do in the interest of moving things forward.
The
In
interest of
terms of
moving
moving
things
things
forward,
forward,
I'm
there
gonna
needs to be clear and concrete steps. The policy platform, you guys said you guys have a policy committee.
Thank you.
The
In the interest
policy
of moving-
platform that comes out of that committee needs to be put out there in a real meaningful way that actually engages students, parents,
Every
and
single
community
policy
members.
meeting is a public meeting. The meetings have been moved to after hours. Please.
So,
Okay. Now I'm going to shift to the next speaker. You've been heard. I've tried to respond to your
well,
question.
I'm not sure how true that is. Because
I'm sorry,
here's the point.
this is not a debate
Here's
right
the
now.
point. Well, it actually is a debate. It actually is a debate. Because I mean, we don't agree, right? So I would say when you don't agree, you're going back and forth with somebody. That is a debate.
All right.
However, I am the product of Baltimore City,
I
and
hear
the
you.
city
Enough.
has failed its students, so
I'd like
it
to
could be a miserror on my fault. Now, with
We have
that
two
being
options.
said,
We
what
have
I
two
am-
options. We have two options. I'm either going to vote to adjourn the meeting for a 15-minute recess and come back to restore the order, or we're going to move to our next.
Well, you guys can do
have,
whatever
in
you
fact,
want.
been
However, the community is going to do what they want. Now,
community
see,
should
you see,
continue.
here's what we have to understand, right?
May I entertain a motion to
to every
adjourn the
action, there is a reaction,
This
right?
is not a debate
So-
between you and me. This is not a debate between you and me. You have been heard.
Well, it's a debate between you and the community. You
Yes,
can
it
see,
is.
right? So I do agree with you there. But what I am trying to clearly state
May
to
I entertain
you,
a motion to adjourn the meeting? Motion by Commissioner Bondima. Do I hear a second? Second by Commissioner Chinia.
yeah, it is. Trust me, it is not in your best interest to try to recess or adjourn this meeting. Now, I will put that out there. You can choose not to listen if you want. But please, by all means, do your motions.
Okay. I hear it. Listen, will everybody just please take it down a notch? I am listening to you. Take it down a notch. Don't tell me what to do.
You know.
Do not tell me what to do.
Well, let's.
So Trey, we appreciate that you've come. We appreciate that you've spoken. Okay? We can establish other forums beyond tonight. No, Asia. This is the
Well,
last speaker.
so we can't continue business as usual, right? Because business as usual has failed us.
So,
I mean,
Trey,
that is
I'm gonna ask you to-
is clear point. I think that this
Trey,
is
I'm
an
gonna ask
immediate
you to
issue
leave.
that needs to be addressed right now at
you
the
please
forefront.
respect,
And I think that this issue requires more conversation. I mean, you
does
have a room full of people right now who want to speak, and and you should be willing to let them speak. I mean, this is not a
We have
conversation.
heard-
We can also have another conversation later, but this conversation requires urgency now. And as I stated earlier, there are things that is within your powers to do right now, and this is one of those things. It's listening. It's one of those things. It doesn't require a whole lot of action, but it's listening. It's just as important as it is whatever you have on your agenda moving forward. So you can either choose to listen, or you can make your motion to recess and adjourn, or whatever
right.
you would like to do.
So please. So I heard the motion. I did not call for a vote. I'm going to exercise the board's prerogative to take two more speakers. I know Asia is leaping out of her seat to speak. And I'm going to take one more person. You all decide. Y'all have a democracy in the back of the room and decide who it's going to be.
Well, it sounds like
Is
we have
there
a few hands.
Please. Trey?
Anybody who wants to speak should probably just
Trey, you
line
are
up at this
done.
point. I think that that's the best way
Trey,
to do
you
it.
are done. Trey?
Please come up. Anybody who wants to speak should just come up. Come on up.
I've got Asia and I've
taking calls for all speakers while this is going on.
Trey, all right. I want to hear from Asia. And
You should probably not call my name, though. The
right,
people
I
are
got it.
speaking at this point.
I got it. Trey,
Let me speak, sweetie. Let me speak. Let me speak. Thank you, Cheryl. I appreciate you. I appreciate you.
I'm going to hear from the student. I'm going to hear from the student. I want to hear from the student. Here's what I said two, Asia and the student. Asia and the student.
Okay.
Asia and the student.
All right. So,
please, I want to start by thanking Trey. All right. Please.
Okay.
Please. I said I want to hear from two more people. And I want to thank Trey for persisting despite my efforts to stop it. Thank you. I want to hear from Asia first, and then I want to hear from the Baltimore City student. We have had an absence of any student voice tonight. We've got a student, so he will be our second speaker. And then we're going to hear from Trish, and then we're going to hear from Marietta. I appreciate that everybody has more to offer. There's going to be another forum in the 22nd, and if we need more from that, we'll have more from that. So with that, with chair's prerogative, we're going to add a couple more speakers. Asia, please go ahead.
okay. Thank you so much, Cheryl, for giving me an opportunity to speak. There are several things. Really being solutions-oriented, I really want to drive a solution. So first, my name is Asia Kerr. I'm the Chief Experience Curator and founder of Crayons and Culture. We provide culturally relevant, politically relevant, and technologically relevant education for children. I want to articulate 2 points. One, for solutions, while city schools work, first of all, another background, I taught both at Beechwood Elementary Middle School and Rosemont Elementary Middle School. So when we talk about Rosemont, like I had a classroom in Rosemont, so backing all that up. When city schools was closed, Rita's Cross Freedom School, led by Heber Brown, was open. And I think it's very important that we consider the role of community and Black-led, community-led organizations, okay, as being a part of the solution. I really want us to really focus on having policy around African-centered micro schools and or homeschool co-ops to help take care of some of the structural challenges that we see in government school, city school, because in the meantime, our babies need something. And they have capacity, but they need some resources. So we really need to engage community solutions, free up homeschool co-op, freedom schools, in Seroma. There are several solutions that have capacity to help with our children. That's one point. Please consider community-led solutions and making that a part of our structural opportunity, okay? Second piece, I'm gonna bring this book. So Ms. Trueheart is one of my mentors. She's like an auntie to me. And one thing that we do is we're having grassroots wraparound at Liberty Rec and Tech. I went there today. I was late today. That's the only reason why I wasn't on this list was because I was reading to children at Liberty Rec and Tech. And we read, Hey Black Child. Okay? Hey Black Child. Okay? And I'm going to say the first page that stopped me. Okay? It stopped me. Say, hey Black Child. Do you know who you are, who you really are? And you know what those students said? I'm not going to say his name. He said, I'm dumb, right? Other little girl said, I'm ugly. Now, we hear about this, you know, in an abstract way, right? But again, having to experience that personally, I would like to advocate. So I'm not talking about structural challenges. I'm not talking about buildings. I'm talking about what happens inside of those school buildings, okay? The content that's happening in those school buildings. We have got to have an African center, it's not just about culturally relevant pedagogy. It's about proper education. Our children are purposely, Black and white, being miseducated on the true history of world history. We don't even teach it. So I propose, right, I'm using this platform for two things, right? Go to community-based education models or Reader's Cross, Heber Brown. They're doing tremendous work, okay? And they were an asset for me when schools were closed and I needed to have somebody take care of my child, right? They do work. Let's give them a platform to help in the solution. That's community engagement. That's community engagement. Second piece, we have to be serious about the content that we're teaching in those classrooms. Okay? Yes, we can rally for the structure. We can rally for the structure, but I also taught in Uncommon in Brooklyn at Excellence Boys, had $1 million building. $1 million building in Brooklyn, New York. Okay? You can have all that money thrown into the buildings, and I think we need to have a baseline for just like health reasons, right? But we absolutely need to focus on the content, because even with that building, if those children aren't learning the truth about who they are, and they're not learning the truth about politics and capitalism and the role of the proletariat and how education keeps you disenfranchised and keeps you in the role of a servant, right? They will not be engaged. All those babies wanted to learn. All those babies stopped playing and paid attention, okay? They want to know the truth about themselves. So we have to talk about not just culturally relevant education, but African-centered education and world history. That is imperative, and I hope this platform, right, we can get some momentum on that. A Reader's Cross Freedom School has a model. Free Up Homeschool Co-op has a model. Engage community solutions. PLM, Pan-African Liberation Movement, they have a model. Engage Black organized communities to be part of the solution.
Thank you.
And that's
Asia.
it.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Young man, if you could please identify yourself,
Yeah.
and thank you, Asia.
My full name is Joshua Allen Jr. I attend Baltimore City College High School, and I am the Vice President of the Associated Student Congress of Baltimore City. Just to educate you a little bit, we oversee every student council within Baltimore City, and we talk to students about how they feel about their city, and we go to other people where other other counties such as Harford County, Montgomery County, and Baltimore County, where all these rich counties are in PG County, all these counties, and we talk about our issues. We talk about what's going on in our city and how we can solve it. I would like to thank you, panel, for everyone that is here tonight, because you have gone through a lot and you have kept your composure, and I really applaud you for that one. We know that I am not against anyone in this jury. I'm not against anyone in the community. I feel like you guys have.
Please respect our student when he is speaking.
This is the type of thing this is the type of things people say about African Americans. We say we're uneducated and we yell out without listening to people. This is the type of stuff we try to get away from. But we can't get away from that if you're sitting here doing the things that they say we do. So I hit you here by saying to listen to them, also for them to listen to us. We have given them, I know 3 minutes is not enough for us to talk about what we really feel, but at least 3 minutes we can get as much as possible out. I feel like that us as a community, as Baltimore City, we have been deprived of everything in our community, and I agree with that completely, and I feel like that we should go to these board panels, but I feel like we should not be putting these people in these predicaments. Like someone said earlier, this has been going on for decades, and I feel like that people...
Please respect our student.
How do you feel like you're respecting the students and you're with the students of Baltimore City if you're not even listening to one of them? Please, I would like you to listen to me, what I have to say. From my perspective, I have been in Baltimore City Public School System my entire life, and I have seen what people have been talking about. I've been in these board meetings where there has been biased people in other counties that want the money for their counties. We are fighting out here for others. We are fighting for people within our county and fighting for people within our state in general. So I feel like if you want to go, you need to elect the right governor and you need to elect the right mayor, because those are the people that you elect. And if you do not like them, then why are you sitting up here fighting if you didn't vote for them? If you voted, that's great. If you haven't, that's not on my fault. You're sitting here contradicting yourself. So I feel like here today, I would like to thank you, panel, and I feel like this heating situation, you guys have handled it completely. Like I was talking to Mr. McFadden over there, sitting on the panel right there. I feel like Baltimore City has handled it correctly, and I feel like that we have been out of schools to make sure that our my mother's in her house, wonderful, living life. But like I was saying,
You're crossing a line when you're disrespecting the students.
wow. Like I was saying, where's the, what? Thank you.
That is not okay. Everything up to this point has been okay. That is not okay. Everything up to this point has been okay. Everything up to this point has been okay and accepted. That is not okay.
Okay, I just want to make a point of order. I'll be the first
No,
one to
no,
say
no,
I'm
no,
sorry.
no, 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 no,
I am
no.
not done.
I just wanna be the-
No, I don't need you to make a point of order.
Please, if
Trey?
you would please let me talk, because I
Trey?
already have been
No, no, no. I
disrespected by
definitely-
people within the
yes.
community. So if you would let me talk as a student,
Trey,
and not
I don't
as an
need you to
adult,
make a point
all
of
these
order.
adults have been talking up here, and there has been no student representation up here. So I would like to take for the stand of almost the 85,000 students within Baltimore City to make sure that our city is doing right justice. Thank you. Like I was saying.
Trey, I don't need you to make a point of order. You've had your speech. I've heard you. We've
Yeah,
heard
yeah. I'm not going to say anything. I was definitely trying to let the young man
Thank
speak.
you. Thank you.
That was just my only
That's cool.
caveat.
Thank you. You can finish. Thank you. Thank you. Continue.
Like I was saying, I have been within Baltimore City Public School System my entire life, and I've been listening and getting educated by the people of this panel and people that previously have been a part of this panel, and other people that are not on this panel that have very good knowledge within Baltimore City Public School System. So I feel like if me personally, I feel like that you guys, like I said again, I would like to congratulate, well, not congratulate, but thank you guys for being here tonight and actually hearing the public that is actually being considerate of your time and what you have to do when you leave, and your families and everything else, because I don't think people are aware of that. You guys have families as well, and you guys have things that you have to do. So I feel like I would just want to sit up here and say thank you so much for all the time and consideration that you have put out here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Before I welcome our next speaker, I want to acknowledge that Delegate Antonio Hayes, City Councilman Zeke Cohen, and City Councilwoman Shannon Sneed were all here tonight to be part of the proceedings. They did not ask to speak. I did not ask them to speak, but I wanted to acknowledge that they were here. Our next speaker, I'd like to welcome Trish Pilla Garcia.
I know Cheryl's rattled because she's known me a while.
Please
and
speak up. It's
Trish
very hard to
Garcia
hear
Pilla.
tonight.
I said I know Cheryl's a little rattled. She's
No,
known
Cheryl's
me for
not
a while.
rattled. Cheryl is
And
fine.
I'm Trish Garcia Pilla.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just a little, try to bring it down a little. Want to say, give a warm welcome to our two new commissioners. I think that this meeting should count as your official swearing in. You're definitely in. at this point in it deep. I have several items to address this evening. First, while we did not, actually, because there are a lot of new folks in the room and people watching on television, I am the Parent and Community Advisory Chair for Baltimore City Schools. And the Parent and Community Advisory Board advises this board of commissioners and the CEO on policy and other important issues. We have existed since 1997. We have public meetings once a month. All of you are welcome to come to our meetings every month. I hope that this issue inspires you to begin coming to our meetings and to follow us on Facebook for regular updates of our meetings. So, with that said, first, while we did not have official presentations for policies ADC and EAB, those are policies that are going to first reader this evening, if you don't know. We were in touch with the offices involved with both and reviewed both. We did not have a lot of feedback on the revisions of either, and we are fine with them. At the end of tonight's meeting, there will be a presentation on fair student funding. During the fall, the district had several public forums to get input from stakeholders surrounding updating how our schools receive their share of school funding. Tonight, we will hear what the outcome is and how the district plans to make changes. There will also be public forums with the same presentation on the 11th and the 16th of January. Then you, the board, are due to vote on those changes at your next meeting. PCAB is very concerned about the short amount of time between this presentation and a vote. It leaves very little turnaround time for public feedback and revision if needed. Changing how the funds get divided amongst the schools is no light subject and deserves serious consideration, especially when changes will incur losses for some schools in order to give more to other schools. We hope that you will think about giving more time in between this presentation and voting to approve said changes. We also believe getting feedback from parents and school leaders should be a vital piece of your decision-making process. Also, we have been keeping in touch with parents and community groups regarding the facilities issues the district has faced in the recent week. PCAB is aware of letters that the district has received with lists of demands that are unified from various groups. We believe that these asks are very reasonable and attainable. Policy EBCD, delayed openings and emergency closing of schools, and the regulations that go with it can and should be updated as soon as possible. PCAB would be happy to schedule our February public meeting on this to get all stakeholder input. We recognize that the issues surrounding our school buildings, failing heating systems, are a failure of the city and state leadership to fully fund Baltimore City schools and not a mismanagement of funds on the part of any of you sitting here tonight. Our school district has historically been underfunded by city and state leaders who regularly then pass the blame to this board and administration. This issue highlights the inequity that our students have faced for generations. It is time for our government leaders to understand the deep equity issues that have risen from their constant lack of attention to the needs of Baltimore City's children, and they need to address these issues by giving this district the money it needs so that our children know that they are valued. Finally, our next public meeting is Thursday, January 18th at 6:30 p.m. Dr. Santelises will be presenting. We look forward to spending time with her and hope as many of you, the public, will join us in doing so. We'll be right here in this boardroom. Thank you.
Thanks, Trish. I also want to acknowledge the presence of Delegate Eric Ludke, the chair of the Senate Ways and Means Education Committee. If you want to raise your hand to let us know you're here. Thank you, sir, for coming tonight. Is BTU President Marietta English still present? Thank you. I hoped that you were. We'd like to welcome our good friend and partner, Marietta English, to speak to us next.
My turn.
Good evening to the school board, board chair, school CEO, Dr. Santelises, fellow teachers and PSRPs, parents, community organizers, and students. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to the school board tonight. I'd like to welcome the new school board members. We had an opportunity to meet, and I'm very excited that you have been appointed to the board. Before I begin my comments, I would like to take a moment of silence to acknowledge Victoria Shannon Worthington, a teacher at Baltimore International Academy who tragically died in a plane crash on Christmas Eve, and Andre Galloway, a student at Frederick Douglass High School who was murdered on New Year's Day. Our hearts go out to their families and to the school community. Thank you. On January 2nd, not too long after school opened, my staff and I began to receive multiple calls and emails from members reporting major issues in their schools. All of them shared alarming details about classrooms that were so cold they could see their breath, that their fingers and toes were numb, and they had to huddle together with their students in their coats, hats, and gloves in order to keep warm. Photographs of students bundled up went viral on social media and drew national attention. Our dedicated teachers and PSRPs and the children they teach endured not 1 but 2 days of these deplorable conditions before the district responded to our letter closing all of the city schools to begin the process of repairing the heating issues. This took entirely too long to be addressed. Baltimore City has seen an unprecedented extended cold snap with temperatures in the single digits and teens since winter break. Baltimore City facilities have been neglected for years, and these extreme temperatures place a great deal of stress on our city's infrastructure, what made resolving these issues difficult. And we understand that. The BTU issue is that our children and members should never have been subjected to endure such inhumane conditions. None of us can control the weather. However, we can control our response to it. I am in receipt of a letter to negotiate with the BTU an extreme cold weather policy that can be engaged when temperatures fail to reach a certain degree that will prevent putting our children and members at risk for developing hypothermia, colds, and other cold weather-related ailments in their classroom. We had this in place. We had this policy in place, but somehow it has gotten lost. Effective communication during this crisis was lacking. To date, we still do not have the entire list of schools that have been impacted. We also do not know the plan to get Calverton Elementary Middle, the school that has not opened since winter break ended, open and children back into the classrooms. Our parents and guardians not being informed created a sense of chaos that could have been avoided. Parents and their work attendants were impacted significantly because they were left in limbo, not knowing whether or not schools were closed. The district must provide more effective communication in situations like these that will keep the entire community informed about what is happening and the plan of action to resolve the issue. Working together, we can both inform members and parents about next steps so the entire community can be informed. Our children deserve better. They deserve to come to school to learn in classrooms without icicles hanging outside the window. Our educators deserve better. They deserve not to be expected to teach in sub-freezing temperatures, even though they showed up and did it anyway. That's the sign of true dedication. Our parents deserve better. They deserve to receive clear communications about what the district plans to do during inclement weather, and what their next steps will be that involve their children and the schools they attend. We must do better. I invite all who would like to go with us to Annapolis on January 29th to talk to these legislators about Baltimore City. Please call us at our office and make your reservation on the bus. Call us at 410-358-6600 and reserve your seat. We must do better for our children. We have no choice but to do better. This should be the focus in order to avoid something like this ever happening again. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Marietta. Our next guest is Deborah Brown Demery, from the president of the PTA Council of Baltimore City.
So I'd like to say good evening to everyone in this room, everyone in room 301, and everyone in the re-engagement center, because I've hit them all tonight because they wouldn't let me in this room. So I'm going to send an email. So when people are placed on the agenda, I need a confirmation email to give to somebody so they will let me in. So that's my spiel on that. So all the people that are here tonight, don't make this your last meeting. We need you here every board meeting. If you don't know when the school board meets, go on the Baltimore City Public School website, pull up School Board of Commissioners, and the calendar will come down. Congratulations to the new school board members. I had the privilege of meeting you both, and I welcome the opportunity to work with you. So, the PTA Council of Baltimore City has prepared a letter regarding the heating issue, which I've just given out. We've also attached the position statement on school facilities from National PTA because they've got the national news, and so did the state. Our state president will be sending a letter to the Baltimore Sun regarding the heating issue also. It basically says we must ensure all students, all children receive the chance for a quality education in facilities that are safe, well-equipped, and sufficiently maintained. We ask that our elected officials stop pointing fingers and immediately begin work on solutions to fix current problems and create plans to effectively deal with the future. We ask the district to be more transparent and improve communications with families and community partners who want to be truly engaged in education in good times and bad. It's not a good look to find out something is going on in your house by watching the news. Partners should be trusted and informed. I could really sympathize with our students this past week because I didn't have heat in my office. I reported it. Someone had to come with a thermometer, take the temperature. I knew it was cold because I had on gloves and a scarf and a hat. Servicemen came with the engineer, and I was told they needed a part, and they would come back the next day. So they came back today, but before they did that, they apologized for not being able to fix the problem. They apologized to me for being cold. And Commissioner, I have to commend you tonight for doing that because in my statement, I wanted to find out, did anybody actually apologize to our kids for being cold? And tonight you did that, so thank you for doing that. Before Dr. Thornton left, he brought members of PTA, PCAB, and CCAC together to brainstorm ways to improve the overall climate in our city schools. We were in the middle of the initiative when he left. This creates the perfect opportunity for us to show how sharing power can be a win-win on behalf of all children. So you will be getting something from us on this initiative. And speaking of a win-win, all news is not bad news tonight. In spite of all the negative publicity we have had, there are still good things happening in the city, especially involving PTA. Congratulations to Hamilton Elementary Middle School, newly organized as PTA on December the 19th. We welcome President Gavin Schmidt, Principal Drummond, the Hamilton Elementary Middle family, because they truly know that PTA is just not about selling candies and cookies. It's about being engaged and being advocates on behalf of your students. We also would like to congratulate Henderson Hopkins Partnership School PTA. They applied for grants through National PTA, competing with PTA units throughout the country. And I'm proud and pleased to announce they won 2 family engagement grants. The 2018 Take Your Family to School Week grant for Storyteller Literacy Night and National PTA Family Game Night giveaway. Out of 600 units throughout the country, This one little PTA unit in Baltimore City won 2 national grants. So there's resources out there, and we just want people to take advantage of everything that's out there and available to you. That's why we say it's good with PTA. So we congratulate PTA President Tamika Suber and her officers for their great work. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Ms. Brown-Demaree. With that, I'd like to turn the mic over to Dr. Santelises.
Thank you, Commissioner Kashani, Board Chair, for your work this evening. First, what I'd like to say is that, one, the order of my earlier remarks doesn't really make sense in context. So one of the things that I'm going to start off with is saying that actually the anger, the outrage, not only that was expressed tonight, but that has been expressed through the week, and the suggestions that have come along with that, those of you either represented here or in other places who have provided suggestions, recommendations, outlined needs, are actually helping to make us smarter in the midst of what is unacceptable for all of us that occurred with our young people and our staff this past week. It was unprecedented cold, but in the end, what it did was it exposed the fact that 2 things at a fundamental level need to happen. The first is that internally, as numbers of folks have noted, we, the school system, not the state, not the city, not anybody else, we as the school system need to do a better job communicating, right, what the standards are for warm, acceptable, climate-ready classrooms for young people and teachers. That was confusing, it was difficult to find, and it made matters worse. Second, we are instituting immediately, right, a more updated measure of monitoring the temperature in schools. The way that we were currently engaged in that left us vulnerable as a system when an unprecedented 60 schools went down at one time. It made it difficult for us to be able to discern which of the challenges were frankly real and in only 1 or 2 classrooms, and which ones were school-wide and necessitated, frankly, the immediate closing of schools in order to make sure that staff and young people were not in the prolonged, icy, cold, dangerous conditions that they were. Those are pieces that we are instituting immediately. Third, thank you, Madam Trueheart. Third, right, the other piece is that the concern, right, about the closing of schools in any circumstance is that for many of our young people in this city and many of our families, schools should be and are one of the safest options for young people during the course of the day. So when I make comments about not knee-jerk closing, it doesn't mean that the temperature doesn't matter. What it means is that the school board, are thinking about our young people not just when they're sitting at school, but when they are out of school. And what are the conditions that they face? What are the situations families have who have to get to work? And so in partnership with the mayor, who reached out, by the way, and asked, what can we do? What can the city do to support you in this? We, for the first time, and it wasn't perfect necessarily the first day, but it got better. But for the first time, there was coordination between city agencies and the school system to open up rec centers and try to leverage food to be there, right, for young people, so that there were places to go and folks did not have to worry about where kids would be during those spaces. And what it points to is the need that we had,
right, to work better and more effectively with all of the other resources and partners in the city. That is on us. And you are right. Families are doing enough during the course of the day to not have to also be the ones to have to figure out the coordination of agencies. So we took one step in that direction as a result of the feedback and the outcry that was expressed here tonight and during the course of the last week. So you have no disagreement that we have to do better. Those are first steps in doing that. And for the number of people who touched on the point that we need to do a better job working with community-based organizations who, frankly, are far more knowledgeable about how to roll out assistance and support to families, right? I had my first meeting with a number of community-based organizations scheduled for yesterday, but it got canceled because of the ice storm. We will be committing to doing that more. We'll be rescheduling that time. But again, I want you to know that you were heard. That you were heard and that the feedback that came in, interspersed between expletives and everything else, right, actually contained, and I don't mean actually, but really to the benefit of the staff, contained high quality, highly effective kinds of solutions, things that we could begin to implement immediately and more that we can commit to long term. The second piece I want to say, which is around the advocacy piece. Over the last 18 months of this administration, one of the things that we have committed to doing is uncovering, one, not only our internal practices, but the systemic policies at the state and local level, and frankly, the district level, that are undermining the equitable access to high-quality education. It was this administration, not me, my staff, who did the analysis that we were later beat up for in the Baltimore Sun. We did the analysis that said $66 million, right, has been denied to the young people of Baltimore City. We did that analysis. We did it because we are advocating. Now, our advocacy absolutely sometimes takes place in different places than here and in different places than in some of our neighborhoods. But that's why we need to partner with you. But our advocacy is taking the place in the halls, the marble halls of Annapolis, in the side rooms, right? But it is also taking place in ways that we are transparently moving to recapture generational wealth that has been denied to the young people of Baltimore City. Now, has it been done perfectly? Absolutely not. Is it why we are revamping, and I have had meetings with community leaders? Doesn't mean I've gotten to everybody yet. And if you want a meeting, let me know. But I will say this, that the one thing that I stand by is that this administration, for the last 18 months since I have sat here, has not just done the talk, but we've done the hard lift work of saying where are the policies that are systematically impacting the lives of our young people. And we have advocated, regardless of the fact that we know what the return response will be. We know the reasons why the narrative is always about incompetence in the city of Baltimore, and it is obviously linked to the demographics of our city. We know why. We know why the knee-jerk reaction is always, let's do yet another audit of Baltimore City, because it must be that we have done something wrong. We are engaged in more audits this year in this city than any other jurisdiction in the state. And you know why we do it? Because I know that our young people have to have that money. And I am willing to have us called everything in the book because we're going after the money. Because that's what we're supposed to do. That's what leadership is. So when folks question whether me
whether this board or whether the staff is for black and brown children, let me tell you this. There is a way to do this job that would make it politically more comfortable for me and everybody else. But we choose to expose ourselves and to open up this floor because the good ideas that we need to move to the next level are sitting with our teachers, they're sitting with our families, and quite frankly, regardless of how that young man was treated, they are absolutely sitting with our young people and our students. So yes, we will do better. And those are things that we have instituted without anybody having to flood my office, do a sit-in, or anything else. We did that because it was the right thing to do. And it won't be the last right thing that we do. So now that all the press is gone, right? Because what did they want to see? They wanted to see the act out to then justify why they tell us we are incapable of the close to $400 million that has been documented, by the way, not by us, but by outside organizations that have said on record that is what we owe. So anybody who wants to know whether we are working for black and brown children, you come with me to Annapolis like we did last year and stand in the cold and get beat up in hallways in Annapolis, get told we're not worthy of the money, and yet we go back. So I want a partnership. I'm fine with the hard push, but let's do the push in the right direction. And doggone it, let's not feed the narrative. You want to go off on me, then you schedule a meeting and you can go off on me. I've taken expletives in emails all week, and I would do it again. Because I am here for the kids of this city. If I wanted cushy, baby, I had cushy in the last job I was in. I came back here because the answers are here. They are in the people of Baltimore City. When I walk in neighborhoods that people who are making decisions wouldn't even drive through, and I have grandmothers tell me, this is how we can get these babies fed. And I talk to community organizers who say, you know what, if we get these people together, we can move it. And you know what, Doc? There are things we know you can't say because that's the political reality. But we'll say it for you. That's what we need. Because let me tell you, if we do this splinter thing, it'll be another generation of them telling us why this money cannot come here. So we're going to meet with the folks at Rosemont. We haven't started the work at Rosemont, and we're going to have a meeting with them, and you should come to these meetings, and you should ask us hard questions. You can ask Kim Trueheart. She asks hard questions. She doesn't always come up here, and it's not always friendly when she's up there, but she's straight. Every single week. We don't always like her. She don't always use fancy language. But I'll tell you one thing, she puts her rubber soles to the ground. And she asks the real question. So I'm not even looking in her face, so she knows I'm not just saying it to say it. But that's what I'm asking. So yes, I hear you on the communication. We're working on that. You put us back in check. You want to come back in 2 weeks and ask us the progress, you can do that. You come out to the 22nd. And I'm fine being held accountable, which is why when the parent came up for Rosemont, I was on my cell phone asking, what happened? We were supposed to do this. It didn't happen. Why isn't it moving?
I know that's right. Thank you.
So what I am asking us to do is mobilize in a way that our young people see what leadership looks like from your seat. Let's do that. And then let's invite the cameras. Because they want the drama. And we feed the cycle that says we ain't worthy of the same things that other people are worthy of. That's the fight that I want to have. But please, don't say that I'm not for black and brown children. You may disagree with my methods. We may disagree on how we go about it, and I'm fine with that. But I put my record up and my staff's record for the last 18 months. It's not perfect. It's not all done. We got a long way to go.
But you tell me the last time you sat in a board meeting and we talked about equity. You want to know why? You want to know why that redlining exhibit is out there? That redlining exhibit is out there so that every staff member in North Avenue is reminded that we could be either the next perpetrators of a red line policy or the ones that will debunk it. That's why that exhibit is out there. So I want to go ahead and say again, young people, you deserve better. We messed up, we are cleaning up, but our mess up is not the only mess up, my friends. We got decades of mess up, and a lot of it is connected to funding. So let's mobilize together, let's move together, and I look forward to the continued press, but the continued pull that we will do together. Okay. So, I just want to
Yeah, no, you're doing, yeah.
Okay, so one thing as a way of kind of recentering us, just a little bit, on why we're all here. And I know, and it feels odd to do this, but it's a good reminder that the kids are why we're all here, right? So it is my pleasure, and because these babies stayed this long, and I don't even know what time it is, but I know they all could be home doing homework. So it's 8 o'clock, so we want to get them home, but I also want to acknowledge their work. And as we speak of the unlimited potential of our young people, we really need to talk about student voice. It's come up again this evening, and the important role that it plays with our Blueprint for Success and success of young people. Baltimore Beyond Plastic, oh Lord, and you are not babies. I am so sorry for saying that. You're babies to me because I'm 50. Baltimore Beyond Plastic is a youth-led organization founded in 2016 by 2 Baltimore City students to ban expanded styrofoam use in Maryland. Polystyrene, is that how you pronounce it?
Polystyrene.
Polystyrene. My dad's a chemist, so don't tell him that I botched that up. Since then, the group's work has expanded to include campaigning against styrofoam lunch trays in schools, and they have engaged, congratulations, over 300 students from around the city in legislative advocacy actions. Baltimore Beyond Plastic coordinates youth advocacy efforts around a diverse range of environmental problems facing Baltimore City and seeks to educate and empower youth to take action against problems facing their communities. Tonight, our Food and Nutrition's office is presenting the contract for compostable trays in city schools, cafeterias, for approval to the board, and in large part due to the work of this group of young people. To celebrate, we have 7 students from Baltimore Beyond Plastic to tell us how they mobilized student voice across Baltimore to get styrofoam trays out of our schools. Let's welcome Mercedes Thompson, Claire Weiner, Nicholas Copenhavon from Baltimore Polytech Institute, Jack Thompson from Bard High School Early College, and Alexandra Grayson, Dennis Gong, and Mariah McKenzie from Baltimore City College, representing Baltimore Beyond Plastic.
Go ahead.
Do you need more chairs? Can we get?
No, we're fine.
You sure?
We'll just stand.
You sure?
Oh, okay.
Who's going to lead us off? Go for it, Nick.
Hello, my name is Nicholas. This is Dennis, Sadie, Allie, Claire, Jacques, Mariah, Ambrea, and Taylor. And we are Baltimore Beyond Plastic. We are a student group founded in 2016 to reduce trash in Baltimore. And our main goal is to eliminate styrofoam trays from Baltimore school cafeterias.
Polystyrene is first and foremost an environmental issue with many negative impacts on our city and planet. Every day in our Baltimore City schools, we throw away 84,000 polystyrene trays as tall as 200 high school students. Styrofoam is an oil-based product made from non-renewable crude oil, meaning that its production releases greenhouse gases. An EPA report on solid waste also found that the polystyrene manufacturing process to be the 5th largest creator of hazardous waste. It takes more than 1 million years for it to break down in landfills, and more often than not is found lying on the ground as litter or floating in our bay. These plastics are ingested by marine animals and cause a variety of negative health effects. The Bay Trash Collecting Wheel, Mr. Trash Wheel, has collected 750,000 styrofoam trays, representing 30% of total Bay trash.
While Dennis has mentioned the environmental impacts, we cannot forego commenting on the threat styrofoam poses to human and student health. In Baltimore City, we burn over 70% of our trash. 57 volatile chemical byproducts have been identified as being released when the foam is burned, contributing to toxins in the very air that fill our developing lungs and contributing to high asthma rates and other health problems. The sheer number of trays that Baltimore City public school cafeterias use alone each day contribute to this problem. Most disturbingly, however, are studies that link eating hot foods in styrofoam containers and the leaching of toxins into the food. From the many students that are involved in our movement, we constantly hear a question we cannot think to ignore. Why are we being poisoned in the one place we thought we were safe? Our schools. Styrofoam is without a doubt an environmental issue, but we hope that by switching over to compostable trays, we will not only be able to protect our planet, we also hope to be able to protect students just like ourselves.
Other Maryland officials have already changed policy to provide their students with these protections. Both Montgomery County and PG County public school systems have successfully phased out styrofoam trays. These transitions have been smooth and schools have been able to use substitute packaging at a comparable price. Though not completely phased out in Baltimore County public schools, certain schools in our neighboring school district have already taken initiative. For example, at Towson High School, when students educated their school on the dangers of styrofoam, administrators and cafeteria staff, finding it difficult to quantify the negative effects of styrofoam has on students, felt inclined to make the switch. Baltimore City public schools must now become an active player in the phase-out of styrofoam trays.
For years, Baltimore students have fought against styrofoam trays. And when we eat off of them in our cafeterias every day, we question the examples that our adults are setting for us. And we also question why other school systems eat off of eco-friendly, healthy trays for them. You know, eating off of toxic trays violates a human right. And we've been eating off of these and throwing these away for dozens of years. So this moment when you all are voting on compostable trays makes us very proud. And we are grateful for the work that Food and Nutrition has done behind the scenes and for all of the parents and teachers that have come before us to get us to this moment.
We'd like to initially state how inspiring Baltimore Beyond Plastic has been to the Western Environmental Club at the effect of Baltimore Beyond Plastic's efforts for not only our club, but for fellow environmental advocates among us, has made the realization for lunch trays alternative possible. Several alternatives include cardboard, paper, or even reusable trays, which are not only beneficial for school budgets, but for the students' health. Being a part of Baltimore Beyond Plastic has caused us to take another look at our alarmingly frequent uses of styrofoam. In its constant usage, consideration is what leads to large amounts of non-biodegradable and toxic material causing irreparable damage to the environment, which not enough people consider as not only the environment around us, but the living world as well.
Elaborating on my partner's initial point, this carelessness of our abusing the convenience and cheapness of styrofoam allows several toxins, such as polystyrene and numerous oils, to be absorbed into not only the earth, but our foods, waterways, and soil, which contributes to the amount of styrene in the food we grow, fish, and crab. Because styrene stays in human fat tissues, this toxic chemical will continue to be a part of us for years upon years.
We're only able to get this ban done through direct action. Things you can do to contribute to the ban is sign petitions, send letters to your district councilman, go visit their office, and being present to your spokesperson makes them want to listen more. Create foam artwork as well. Join us at the City Hall February 6th for our Be More legislative hearing on the foam ban. Or join us at upcoming events like our Youth Leadership Summit and Greenscape. Also, make sure to follow us on social media. We have a Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. And check out our website at bemorebeyondplastic.org.
But that doesn't only apply to students. No, every parent, every teacher, and every adult in this room has a responsibility. Every adult in the city has a responsibility to help remove styrofoam from our schools and our communities. Styrofoam is one of these things that's in almost every school in the country. And we here in Baltimore have the unique opportunity to lead the charge against it, to be arbiters of change. And we can mobilize against this too. All right, we wanted to thank you guys for listening to us, and we hope to work with many of you in the future.
So in recognition of your leadership, not just as young people, but your leadership as citizens of Baltimore in making Baltimore City Public Schools safer and better for all students in Baltimore City, both myself and on behalf of the board, we would like to present you all with these certificates of acknowledgement for the work and your contribution to making city schools a better place to go to school. Thank you.
Alexandra? Awesome job. Dennis? Nice job.
Mariah? And then who did we forget? Can you get their names? Come on up.
Oh, I got it. Oh, you got it. Did you get one?
Great work. Great.
That's okay, so we can still get you one.
Thank you so much. Great leadership. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. Taylor Spencer, Taylro. Taylor Spencer.
Can we get a group picture?
Sure, no R. Yep. Okay. And Spencer is N-C-E-R.
We're going to let them take their pictures. I guess I'm kind of tall. I know, you're all tall. Great. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Oh, God, we have a PEP agenda? I guess we do. Don't we have a PEP?
Okay, and we have one person for the PEP agenda, right, Jerome? Do we have one person for the PEP agenda? Oh, sorry. There you are. I was like, wait, where are we? Chief Grant Skinner. Sorry about that. You are my peripheral vision. PEP agenda.
Good evening. We do have one appointment this evening, and I believe she is here. So effective January 16th, Denise Mabry, currently Coordinator of Compliance with Baltimore County Public Schools, is appointed Director of Due Process. Thank you.
Thank you, and that concludes my comments this evening.
So what I'd like to do now is to review the items that could go by consent. If the board has any items that you'd like to pull, please let me know, but I'll just go through the full list. This would have happened earlier in the meeting, but it didn't, obviously. First is the General Assembly Session 2018 Legislative Platform. The SY 17-18 tuition waivers. Board Policy JFA, tuition residency and non-residency, second reader and board vote. Board Policy FFA, naming, renaming a school, program, or facility. In the procurement items, Acme Paper and Supply Company. CompuData Systems, Linear Electronics, Plexus Group, from the Chief Technology Officer. From the Chief Operating Officer. Adicio.
I'd like to pull that one, please, Madam Chair.
Adicio will be pulled. Can you state the reasons why so the staff knows?
Because it is a technological tool to help us with permits and building usage, given our 21st century common usage space with the community and our newly found wonderful relationship with Parks and Rec. I'm wondering if there isn't a possibility that we make sure that the same system is in place citywide for the use of our buildings to make sure that we can interface as much as possible.
So item 13.01 will be pulled. CAM Construction Company and taxi cab services. Okay, in light of the order of things, I'd like to ask for a motion to approve all items on the consent agenda except item 13.01. Do I have a motion? Motion by Commissioner Berkeley, second. Second by Commissioner Bondima, all in favor. Commissioners Hassan, Bondima, Canham, Kashani, Chinia, Frank, and Berkeley. Motion passes 7-0. Do we have, I apologize, I am actually now finally losing my voice. Do we have staff in the room to talk to the technology item that was just pulled, or do you need more time? I know. Well, I don't even know what's next. We go right into presentations, so this is the only, yeah, I think she was, yeah, I thought.
Hello, Nicole Stewart, Director of Planning.
Nicole, Commissioner Hassan, if you could.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Stewart, for being here. Just given the public's very real need and want for more communication and transparency on things, and since we do have these community shared use spaces in our 21st century schools, and I think a will to work with city organizations as much as possible, I brought it up in the operations committee meeting, and I'm just wondering if what's happened with conversations, if we're in dialogue, if other agencies are considering adopting the same platform for space reservation, where we are with that. Thank you.
So first I should say that our real estate staff who has been leading this effort wasn't able to stay for the full board meeting. But
with my discussions with him around this issue, I think that there might be some challenges in terms of getting everyone on the same system, but that's something we can continue to work towards. So we're currently using a contractor, as you know, to build out this existing permit database to capture more information about our leases. So I will say that we can continue to have those discussions, but I also do want to sort of manage expectations because we are sort of, while we may be a little bit more technologically advanced in terms of what we're doing with permits, there may not be an exact alignment, but we can continue to work toward that end.
So the system that we're currently using, is it through a contracted service?
Yes.
And when does that contract expire?
So,
and I ask that not because I need an actual date, but if there's not a rush for this, it seems easier to front load those conversations about partnership and sharing technology than to go back afterwards.
Okay. So that information I don't have. Oh, well, that's great. Calvary's here.
Hi, I'm Gregory Gamble from the Office of Real Estate and Permits. What's the question?
So, thank you for joining us. The question on the table is, do we know when the current contract with whatever tool we're using for building reservations and permits expires?
It actually, the contract, the contract actually expired this year.
This year like July 1 or this year like January 1?
It was July 1st.
Okay, so we've been okay without for a while.
Yes, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
But we do pay for maintenance every year, so that's a part of our budget.
Okay.
So the question is about whether or not, the question that came up in ops, whether or not we can continue to or look towards working with the city around partnering around the system. If you can talk a little bit about sort of the differences and some of the things we might be able to do.
Okay. With the system, with partnering with the city, it really isn't a problem with the system. It's a problem with the policies. Our policies don't jive. Our board-approved policy doesn't coincide with the city. There are certain events that you can have in a rec center that you can't have in a city school. Like we're dealing with like events that are like public,
And I don't think that's the issue. For me, that's not the issue. For me, the issue is I'm a community organizer, I'm a parent volunteer, I want to reserve a space. The system for the Park and Rec Center being the same for the system for the Park and Rec Center in a school, being the same for the system for a community space in a school, seems to make it easier on the user. And obviously, each of those would have their own filters about time and activities allowed. But it seems to me the more simplified we can make the system, the more the community can actually access these spaces.
So can we just put it on the table for us to come back to you at the next operations meeting, which is the 16th, to give you an update on our discussions and let you know a plan?
That would be fantastic. That's why I was asking about the contract, if this was an emergency thing, or if we can still get space and allow the community to use our space in the interim. I think that would be what I would ask the board to consider.
So is it that you want the policy to be the same or the mechanism for
The
signing
mechanism.
up for space?
The mechanism, just the tool.
There's quite some distance between where Rec and Parks is with their technology and where the city schools are with their
Correct.
technology. If we wait for those two things to align.
Correct. However, if we don't have the conversation before we purchase the tool, then will that conversation ever take place?
This is about historically them having you think we're under-resourced? Spend a day in their shoes.
Oh.
They don't have the resources to do this. We're trying to get it so we can have our schools be more able to accommodate the customer. Do we want to not implement a system? Well,
Right. What I'm saying is that it might be good to take a step back, engage Park and Rec and say,
Are
would you
you-
have the capacity to piggyback on this?
And-
Is it 2 year,
And also, let me be clear, so part of this contract tonight is building out a lease module. So if we're talking about trying to align permits, that's a different thing that we haven't talked about costs.
There
yeah.
might be additional costs for exploring anything like that.
So the technology that we're being asked to procure tonight is not for permits, it's only for leases?
Yes, it's
Oh,
actually.
okay, so
it's
that was not
actually-
clear in operations or
It's
here.
actually like a module that's inside the overall system. It's currently, right now, we use the system exclusively for permits, and it's a little bit accommodates leasing, but not really. So it's now we're trying to accommodate leasing because there is no off-the-shelf software that we can buy that will accommodate leasing. No one else does leasing the way how we do it.
So this will also be used for permits or will only be used for leasing?
No, this is strictly for.
For leasing at this point?
For leasing,
Okay.
for MOUs, for right of entries, yes.
Okay, in that case, I can withdraw my concern, but ask that when we go to leveraging this then for permits, that we bring all those people on board that have public spaces to permit to make it as user-friendly as possible.
Thank you, Commissioner Hassan, because until that last exchange, that wasn't entirely clear. That's a different situation altogether. Thank you. Thank you for your patience, everybody.
I just want to make sure that staff has noted that we need to engage in that process so that when that comes up for review and for board vote in the future, that we can document that we've actually engaged in that process. Exactly.
Thank you. Do we have a motion to approve item 1301? Moved by Commissioner Hassan. Do we have a second? Seconded by Commissioner Bondima. All in favor? Commissioners Hassan, Bondima, Canham, Kashani, Chinia, Berkeley. Motion passes 6 in favor, 1 absent. Change that, 7 in favor. Commissioner Frank. That concludes the actions on our consent agenda. We have 3 presentations that are, trust me, if these could be postponed, they would have been, but these are all timely items, so we're going to continue with the agenda as stated. Policy, first reader on policy ADC, smoke and vape-free school environment. Thanks, Joanna.
Good evening. I'm Joanna Pisunia. I'm our Green Schools Coordinator here at City Schools, and I'm presenting the first reader of the Smoke and Vape-Free School Environment Policy. We do have an existing series of board rules that address no smoking on city school property. And as you can see on the screen, they cover many different aspects of it. However, we need to update those rules for 2 primary reasons. The first is that we want to be consistent with the Baltimore City law, which requires that there is no smoking within 50 feet of a schoolyard, and our language is not consistent with that. And the second is that there have been a number of changes since the time of when those board rules were created. There was no such thing as vaping. We didn't have a school code of conduct. We didn't have charter schools, so we need to add in some language that makes that consistent. We also want to have our policy be consistent with the LEED policies, and LEED is the Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design. It's a green building standard, and all of our 21st century schools need to meet the LEED Silver standard. That's a state law, and we can actually get a point through just this simple modification of our policy, which we already, in essence, have in place. Because we had a rule, we have to actually convert it into a policy. We did consider, was there any other existing policy that we could add this to rather than creating a full new policy? However, none was appropriate, and therefore we are proposing a brand new policy going forward. We consulted with the variety of offices internally to get input and feedback as listed. And we also consulted with a variety of external partners, particularly with the Baltimore City Health Department, with the Legal Resource Center for Public Health Law at the University of Maryland to make our policy consistent with other school districts across the state, And finally, with Lorex Partnerships, which is the lead consultant for the 21st Century School Buildings Plan. And so that is the summary of the policy, and I will welcome any questions or comments that you have.
The only comment I have is good catch on this. I mean, until I read this, I hadn't realized that it's just those kind of things that we didn't need a policy before, but we need one now. So I appreciate you bringing it to our attention. And as with most things policy related, I assume Commissioner Hassan will be all over this. Is that? Yeah, fantastic.
Thank
Any
you.
other questions? Thanks, Joanna. I'll wait till Michelle comes back. Wait till Michelle comes back. Next is first reader on policy EAB, disclosure of financial impropriety and improper conduct.
You drive.
All right, please introduce yourself.
Good evening. I'm Jerome Jones, Director of Labor Relations for City Schools, and here to talk about policy EAB, disclosure of financial impropriety and improper conduct. So,
Jerome,
this policy-
Mr. Jones, your mic. Thank you.
All right. So there's a need for this policy. Currently, City Schools does not have a policy that requires employees to report financial impropriety or improper conduct, nor do we have a policy that protects employees from reprisal for reporting suspicious behavior. So again, we do not have the policy, and we also want to make sure that employees who report suspicious financial impropriety or improper conduct, whistleblowers, are protected from reprisal and or any adverse employment action. We did present this policy to all the unions for feedback, also at the Charter Advisory Group and at PCAP. The policy requires employees to report either financial impropriety and improper conduct. It defines the types of improper conduct or impropriety, defines who will receive whistleblower protection and what it encompasses, and also protects employees from reprisal for reporting. It also requires that we report back to the board on the status and disposition of all allegations that have been investigated. And that part is similar to our board policy on requirement to report improper conduct with students. The new regulations will establish the city schools management has a responsibility to investigate and correct any and all financial impropriety and improper conduct. It identifies the guidelines for reporting options. There are various options through our current fraud hotline, also through the supervisor. It identifies the responsibility of the supervisor receiving notice, how these allegations will be investigated, and the process to handle substantiated allegations, dissemination of information and files at the conclusion of the investigation, and filing options for complaints of retaliation as a result of reporting suspicious behavior. So for this, the next steps are, once the policy is approved, all new employees will receive notification of the policy as part of the onboarding process by Human Capital. We would like to have mandatory yearly acknowledgement of all employees of the policy, similar to the acceptable use of technology policy, announcement of new policy in both city schools inside and leadership action update, and we also have to update our fraud hotline posters to include this policy.
Thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Mr. Jones or Mr. Skinner? All right, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have 18.03 proposed changes to fair student funding, and Ms. Perkins-Cohen. Those last two presentations were shorter. This one's a little longer, but very, very important that everyone pep themselves up and get ready for it. Thanks, Allison.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Canham. Yeah, this is a longer presentation, and it's fairly complicated. I will try to go through it as best I can. It's been a long night, so I'm very sympathetic to the fact that probably everybody is tired. But this is a really important issue. Am I not?
Just project a little more.
Is that better? Okay. I'm just very sensitive to the fact that that this is a really important issue, and this is the kind of issue that the kind of challenges that we've had with the building over the past week are a distraction from. And we really want to be able to pay attention to the issues that are really impacting our students, and this is a good example of that. Is there like a whistle with this thing? Are you hearing it?
No, I'm not.
Okay. So anyway, this is an issue that is very important to our kids, and so I ask you to have as much patience as you can as we try to go through it because it is complex. We are at the 10-year anniversary of Fair Student Funding. Fair Student Funding was an initiative that was brought in by Dr. Alonso in 2008, and it was based on a philosophy that the resources should be in schools. And I think it's a philosophy that we still have, that the decision-making about about how schools should run, that our leadership at the school level are in a better position to make many of those decisions than we are centrally. And so we are still committed to that principle, but 10 years in, we thought it was important to try to think about whether the way we're distributing the resources is as effective as we would like and has the equity lens that we would like. And so we thought it made sense to revisit it now. Before I get into the changes we're proposing on Fair Student Funding, I also want to talk a little bit about give a little bit more kind of an explanation of how our funding works. It's important, again, we're very committed to transparency, and so we really want people to understand the various pieces of funding. So there's two funding formulas that we use in the district. There's fair student funding for traditional schools, and then there's a separate funding formula for charter schools that follows a formula or guidance provided by the state. And so one of the things we wanted to do was really get clear for folks on all the resources that we have and then how those play out with the two funding formulas that we have.
Allison, before you dive in, because this is dense, what is your preference? Is it to get through the presentation, then board members write down questions, then field them? Are there certain points that you want to stop and field questions? I just want to kind of prepare board members. What would you prefer?
Why don't I stop? Why don't we do a little bit of combination? I'll stop periodically to ask because it is really dense. I feel like if you just write questions that
if we wait to the end, it's going to be way back. Yeah,
people won't remember.
Let's do that.
So if you really have a burning question, let me know. I'll try to remember to stop periodically to ask. Andy?
I just want to ask a procedural question.
Sure.
Is there a target for us to go to, or can we ask all our questions tonight? How do you want to handle the fact that this is a substantive issue and we're also kind of running late to the night?
So partly I want to remind folks too that this is a presentation of what we're recommending, and then we vote at the next, or you vote at the next board meeting. In between then, there are two more public sessions to get to talk to the public. So so you have a little time between now and then to certainly write questions to staff, as well as if some board members have been attending the public sessions that we've been having. So that's another way to get more information. So first, again, in order to understand how funding works for schools, we really have to take, or for our school system, we really have to look at the entire budget that we receive. So we have a total budget of $1.3 billion, which is about $17,000 per student. One of the questions that we often get when we talk about funding for schools is where all the money goes, and really when people look at the per pupil that they get in their schools, whether it's the charter per pupil, which has been around $9,000, or whether it's the traditional school per pupil, the base, which has been around more $5,000 or $6,000, they want to know how do you get from 17 to that number. And so what we're going to go through tonight is how we do that. one thing just to remember to begin this conversation is that amount, either the 9,000 or the Fair Student Funding amount of 5,000 or 6,000, is the general education funding. So as I go through this, what we're trying to get to philosophically is the amount of dollars that we're spreading to all students. Okay, so that's a basic understanding to have first. So we start with the $1.3 million I started with, which is $17,000 per student. And then the first thing that comes off the top is 6% that we spend is about $1,000 per student that we spend on debt service and retiree health benefits. So these are things like payments for bonds for buildings. So the payments we're making on the 21st century buildings come out of this, as well as, supporting the retiree health of our staff. So that, before any dollars can follow to a student in a school, this is a debt that has to be paid. The next piece that comes off the top is grant funding. So again, we're trying to get to a general education dollar that can go to all students. Grant funding is funding that goes to students too, but it goes based on the eligibility of the student. So Title I is the biggest category, or the title dollars is the biggest category of funding we have, and that goes to students who qualify using the poverty measure. And then there's money that's distributed from, to provide food services to students, and then student disabilities funding. So that comes off, and that's another $1,900 that comes off the top before you get down to general education dollars. The next piece that comes off is specialized programs. So these are programs for our English language learner students or our students with disabilities, pre-K students, but these are dollars that need to follow the students based on their needs. So these dollars also go to students, and they're part of the per pupil. So when people think of their per pupil as being 9,000 or 5,000, again, that's the general education per pupil. But for each student they have, if the student qualifies for special education, they would get dollars and services on top of that based on the needs of that student, or same if they're an English language learner. In the case of pre-K, we fund it that they would get a teacher and a para for every pre-K classroom. So those dollars follow the students, again, based on their needs, and that's really important from an equity perspective and to make sure we're meeting all students' needs. The next category is, sorry, it's so tiny I can't read it from there, is the administrative allowance for charters. So I'm trying to get to, we're going to start laying out the difference between the charter formula and the traditional school formula. So I wanted to, so right now I'm going to lay out the charter piece. So under the Maryland, under MSDE guidance, there is an allowance that we can take 2% off the top for administrative services that are provided centrally. So so that pays for things like the school board, the superintendent, the CFO. It doesn't cover all those expenses, but that's what the state allows us to take off to pay for those expenses. So that comes off under the charter formula for charter schools. So for charter schools, then that leaves the remaining per pupil, which this year is $9,288, that then they have to use to pay for a range of services. One major difference between the charter funding formula and the Fair Student funding formula is that the charter funding formula provides a greater share of their resources in cash, as opposed to the Fair Student funding formula, which provides a combination of cash and services. So under charters have applied to the board for approval to implement a particular education philosophy, and so they get that amount of dollars that then they have to pay for a range of services that they decide on. They have a building often to pay for. They have to pay for transportation. They're paying for their professional learning for their teachers, supplies, computers, their principal. Those are all things that the charter is paying for, that in a traditional school, some of those things we're paying for centrally, or many of the things we're paying for centrally. So that's a big difference in the formula.
And Allison, just to be clear on this point, there are, I believe, in addition to the charter schools, there's two other schools that aren't considered charters that get this same formula. Is that true?
You are correct, and we've addressed that in the title. You see, it's charter and contract schools.
Oh, there you go. Which can you just say for the general public?
So the two contract schools are Bard and Elmer Henderson are both funded on this formula as well.
I just wanted to be clear.
Yes,
Thank you.
You are correct. Okay, and so then, any questions on this piece before we go forward?
So just to be clear, when you say the charters are at 92888, if they have a special needs student and ESOL student, the number you add on, basically?
Yes.
Right. That just, can you just be
Yes.
clear
So
there?
9288 is their general education allocation. So again, just like for traditional schools, for any students that qualify for special ed or for ESOL, or they would get those funds on top based on the specific populations of the students that they serve. So they would get some combination of cash and services, again, for those services based on the needs of their students. And Title I would be on top of that.
Question?
Yeah, specialized programs.
Is it possible to say proportionally how many of those students are within charters versus traditional schools? Do they have the same share of special education students, ESOL students as the traditional schools?
So the percentage of special education students in charter schools is roughly the same as traditional schools. It's slightly lower, but what's different is the needs of the student. So the students who have higher needs, who are more LREC students, or students who are in separate public day schools or in non-public placements are in traditional schools. So those resources come off the top so that we can meet the needs of those students. Does that answer the question? Okay, so then we're going to then go into how we break down the traditional school funding. So the traditional general education total, fair student funding, and other services I'm going to break down in pieces now next to the charter formula so you can see how the two compare. So the first piece, so again, remember the fair student funding formula is a combination of cash and services. So what we're going to show you here is how, when you look at that bar of 9288 for charters, we're going to fill up the companion piece for traditional schools to show you how their total funding, how they're funded compares to the charters. So there are staff positions that are provided centrally for for traditional schools, like the principal, we pay for that centrally instead of schools paying for it, so they receive that as a service instead of cash. There's CTE teachers that are provided traditional schools, and we do that centrally instead of giving them the cash for that service. And then programs like International Baccalaureate are programs that we provide centrally instead of the school opting to do that. So that's one of the differences between the two approaches. The next piece is there's a portion of funding that is there's a portion of services. So as I talked about earlier, there's 2% that's allowable for us to charge under the current state guidance for admin services, but the cost of providing services to charter schools is higher than the 2%. So there is a portion of the difference between charter and traditional school funding, which is about between $150 and $250 per traditional school student, that is making up the difference between those services that are not being paid for on the charter side. So that's one of the differences between the two formulas, is that there's a certain amount of cost that we don't currently have a mechanism for charter schools to contribute to because of the state guidance on the 2%. Any questions here? I see your face, Peter.
I don't have a question, but I just want to make sure everyone understands that. I just want to take a moment to pause. No questions? Okay.
Okay. So the next piece is the schools-based services that traditional schools receive. So again, we're trying to get down to the fair student funding amount that they have that is school-based, that they are controlling in the school. But one of the things that traditional schools get in the form of services is are services that we provide centrally. So these would be things like we'll provide the building for free and utilities for free. There's a lot of IT support for our schools. Athletics is something that we provide centrally for our traditional schools. The non-specialized transportation, so MTA bus tickets, we provide that centrally. These are all things that are provided as a service to traditional schools. On the charter side, charters would be paying for that out of their per pupil.
So I have a question there so these are examples. That's not a comprehensive list.
No, those are examples.
Okay. that would be helpful to know at some point what the comprehensive list to pull out as a follow-up. And the one that caught my attention is athletics. So every school doesn't have the certain number of athletics, aren't the certain size, or some middle schools. So how does it, we have a central athletic department, and then can you just break down how the athletic dollars flow and how that impacts schools?
Yeah, so not all grades all grades offer athletics. So it's our high school athletics. We have some middle school programming, but we provide it centrally. So for schools that have athletics, we feel like athletics is a key part of supporting the whole child, student wholeness. And so to do that, we provide that service centrally. So we have a fairly small athletic department that supports they arrange the games. They schedule the games. They schedule the transportation. They make sure the referees are there. The uniforms are paid for usually by the school, though we currently have a relationship with Under Armour where Under Armour is going to support those. But it's something that we decided is a value, and so we pay for it centrally for our traditional schools.
But if I see an athletic director at a school,
Yeah.
they're being paid through the school, or are they being paid through centrally? Do we deploy them?
Essentially. Okay, so Jenny just helped me
Okay.
out because I wasn't 100% sure. The athletic director, the stipends for the athletic directors at the school are paid for centrally. It's not in the school's budget.
Okay. Right, okay.
It's
The
not-
other
it's not
PE
the-
teachers that are probably, some like, for instance, that are taking it on, or of course,
So a coach also gets a
coach.
stipend. So most high schools have an athletic director if they have an athletics program, and they have a coach, and those stipends are paid for centrally.
Okay, I didn't know that. Okay,
Yes.
thanks.
Okay.
That doesn't include charters?
So if charters want to participate in the sports program, then they pay for the athletic director, they pay for the coach. Or they pay, so they pay to participate in the league and the transportation. Okay. Okay, the next category that was just added is the estimated amount of wait, didn't we just do this one? Oh, this is it's really hard to read this. What just changed? The central, pardon? The central office? Okay, so the central support, so these are central office. So the last we were talking about was school-based services. These are central office support. So like the academic office leadership, the development of curriculum and so on. For our traditional schools, we select the curriculum and we provide that centrally. The health and safety, like if there's health and safety supports needs at schools, like if there's, we just recently had schools that needed mildew removed, those kind of supports we provide centrally.
Commissioner Frank?
I don't know that we say it enough, and I read it in the paper today that we were accused of having a bloated central budget, and we've received information in the past that our per pupil allocation of the central office is well below our peers across the country.
Yes.
And that really needs to be said and understood as we even think of fair student funding.
Yeah. So when ERS, who did the work on this formula and the proposed changes to fair student funding, last year they also helped assess the size of the funding gap, and they, as part of that, did an assessment of the relative cost of our central office services compared to comparison jurisdictions. And they're in a unique position to do that because they've done work across the country, and so they can really do a more apples-to-apples comparison across jurisdictions than other entities can. And so in that analysis, they've assessed that we are kind of either on par or below our peer districts in terms of the cost and size of our central office staff.
Just my only other comment is the examples piece. If we could just say, again, I want to give ourselves credit. There's a lot. I think this is illustrative, but there are more examples of what goes into the $900, and it would be good to know the comprehensive list.
Sure. Okay. So the next piece, so the final piece that we get to is then the piece that's remaining, as I started at the beginning, for the general education services for fair student funding. So it's $5,500 per pupil, and those are the dollars they spend that make decisions about staffing and about programming at their school. So this is the piece we're going to talk about tonight. This is the piece that ERS has been working on for the last several months and that we've been engaging the community around discussing. So any other questions on the comparison between charter and traditional schools before I go on to the fair student funding? No? Okay. Okay, so I think, as I said, I think what partly initiated this work was that we're at the 10-year mark of fair student funding. I think also last year, as you know, we had a challenging budget year, and so I think, partly it made sense to start looking at how we allocate the resources given a tight funding. When resources are tight, you have to think a lot more seriously about how you're using those resources, and making sure we're distributing resources in an equitable way. Also, I think important context is that because we are in a challenging budget situation, it's also, while it's important to use your resources effectively, it's also hard to make major changes because everybody's trying to do a lot with not enough resources. As Dr. Santulisa said in her comments, the state's own assessment is that if you just funded the existing funding formula and had inflated it beyond 2007, when the state stopped adding the inflation factor, that we would be getting $290 million more a year. And according to the adequacy study that the Kirwan Commission, that is now being reviewed by the Kirwan Commission, that an adequate education for our students would cost us $358 million more a year. So we know we need more additional resources, but we need to figure out how to use the resources we have as effectively as possible, and that's why we wanted to look at fair student funding. Did it just change? Okay. I think I went over that. And so as we do this work, we're also, of course, looking at ways that we can increase revenue. So the advocacy that Dr. Santulisa has talked about is something that is an ongoing effort to try to make sure we're advocating for additional resources for our students and additional cost savings so we can use our resources as effectively as possible. So next I wanted to talk just a little bit about how fair student funding works. So again, fair student funding, the concept was that the dollars should follow the student, and that it's based on the individual needs of students. So in the example up here, you have two students under the current formula who all students would get the base weight in the way fair student funding works, but then some students would get an add-on depending on different characteristics. So under the current formula, a student may get additional resources because they're a high-performing student, or they may get additional resources because we think that the student is at risk of dropping out. So the funding formula for each student is different, and so it depends on the composition of the school, how schools receive their funding. So again, this is just kind of an illustrative example of how fair student funding works. This school has an enrollment of 500 students. Each of those students gets the base weight for $2.7 million. There are 250 low-performing students, and so any of those students get the weight for that, which is $800. There are 50 students who are high performers, so each of the school gets the weight for each of those students, and then there's 100 students who qualify for the dropout risk. So that gives the school a total of $3 million that then they have the autonomy to talk about how they're going to use it. So they can make decisions about how many classroom teachers they want versus a guidance counselor versus textbooks or maybe field trips. They can make decisions at the school level about how to spend those resources. Commissioner Cannon.
Commissioner Frank.
What resources or metrics were used to determine low performance, high performance?
So right now I'm just talking in general about fair student funding. So this is about the current formula. Under the current formula, the performance is tied to the Maryland State assessment, so it's outdated, which is one of the other reasons why we wanted to look at fair student funding, is that we've been using the same measures to inform how the weights that we use for a long time. And in fact, it's not just that it's Maryland State. I mean, it hasn't updated. It's been the same data for years that we're funding schools on. So we really need to update and look at how we're going to, what are the key weights that we value now, and how do we want to fund, and what's the information we would use to calculate those weights. So this is how the current fair student funding formula works. So it's different for elementaries versus elementaries or elementary middles versus middle schools or high schools. So again, there's a base weight for everyone that is currently $5,400 per pupil. There's a low performance weight that for both that is $800 per pupil. There's a high performance weight that is currently $800 per pupil, and as per Commissioner Frank's questions, those are based on old MSA scores. And then there's a dropout risk per pupil that goes to high school students who are at risk of dropping out. So since 2008, there's a lot of things have changed since we first implemented fair student funding. So there's been a decrease in enrollment and a change in the characteristics of the students we serve. I think we have a better understanding now of how to measure student need than we did then. We've had several changes in leadership at the school district, both in the board and in the superintendent. And so there's been changes in district priorities. We've had the ongoing budget challenges that we've talked about tonight. And then we've learned a little bit more about key success factors to effectively support schools in using a model like fair student funding. This is just a summary of all the ways in which we've engaged the community since we started this process. So we had three kind of strands of engagement. So we had kind of broad stakeholder meetings, as well as we had a design team that included school-based staff as well as internal staff to influence kind of what we were thinking about changing the formula. And then we also engaged the board and the cabinet. We started kind of thinking in July, September about kind of just broad ideas about what our priorities were. And then we began engaging the broader community in the first sessions being in October. In November, we started rolling out started talking about kind of directionally where we thought we were going to go in terms of what we were hearing back from the community and what the key priorities would be. And then in December, we shared out a preliminary design of what I'm sharing with you tonight. And then now we're sharing out the final fair student funding formula. And then the board votes at the next board meeting. So based on the feedback from a variety of stakeholder groups, we've identified 5 main priorities for the fair student funding formula. So one was that we heard back from in all those various ways that we engaged people, we heard back about that people wanted us to put additional funding for students who are living in poverty, that we know that there's additional costs of serving students who are living in poverty, and that we wanted to put additional weight for those students. We also heard back from the public about that they wanted there to be less reliance on standardized assessment as a measure of academic need, that they didn't feel like that was a good way of measuring student performance or tying resources to, and so they want us to walk away from using standard assessments as a measure of academic need. They want us to look at the higher costs of providing programming in high schools. There's a lot of reasons why high schools cost more, and that's something they wanted us to keep in mind. They wanted there to be base funding for all schools, including small schools. So there are some schools who have a hard time supporting themselves on fair student funding. So there was kind of a feeling that all schools there are basic services that all schools should have. So they wanted us to make sure that that was protected for all schools. And then they wanted to make sure that the funding allows the school to meet district requirements and budget guidance, again, kind of related to the one before about making sure that all schools get a certain level of services. Commissioner Canham?
Yep. Can you just clarify the base funding for all schools, including small schools? Because I actually heard opposite in the forum I went to. They said small schools are a challenge, and my group was very animated, and the conversation was about that our schools need to be larger, and I know we need a transition point or a bridge point. We can't do it overnight, but at the end of the day, it's not working for small schools, and that was a theme that came out of my forum. So I just want to, could you just clarify that more?
I mean, I do think we heard both. I think we heard a concern that we didn't want a large number of small schools to be subsidized at the expense of a lot of other schools. I think at the same time, we heard people saying that any school, there are certain services that any school should have. So I think we have been taking seriously the job of on an annual basis reviewing the number of schools in the district that are too small to be sustainable, and trying to make recommendations as we did this year on closing some of those schools. So I think that work will continue, and we need to do that. But at the same time, there are probably some small schools, and I think we know there are some small schools that are in an isolated part of the city where we really can't combine that school with another school, or they're small but they're really providing good services to students. So if there are going to be some small schools, we're going to keep in the portfolio, that there should be a basic level of services that those students have. So I think it's kind of both and. We need to do both things at the same time. Okay. These are the proposed changes to the Fair Student Funding Model. So just as a reminder, just so you can look at it one more time before we go into the other model, this is the current model, the base weight, the low performance and the high performance, and then the dropout risk. So we're going to go through a similar way of showing you what the new recommendation is, and I can go back to the slide, but just wanted to have it in front of you one more time before we go into the new recommendation. So for the new recommended model, the first piece is that we started by keeping the base weight at the same level for every student that's enrolled. So it was $5,400 under the old formula, and so we have it kept at that same base level for all students, so that there's some continuity in the formula. Then beneath that, you see this baseline services funding. So this is $3 million of the amount. The pie. One thing to keep in mind is that the pie we're talking about in this presentation is the FY18 dollars. So this is assuming the same amount of money but redistributing it differently. Just for the purposes of, we don't know what the FY19 amount is. This is using FY18 dollars. If we distribute it this way, this is what it would look like. So $3 million of that funding would go to baseline services, and that's the amount that you were just asking about, the basic amount of services that any school should have. And the way it was calculated was looking at, again, basic things of like using ratios of what a kind of reasonable class size would be, how many, if you have, how many students per guidance counselor a school should have, using a basic kind of methodology of what a basic school, kind of the basic services any student should have would look like, looking at the number of schools who wouldn't have that under the formula, and then this is the amount of money that's needed additionally to make those schools whole. Any questions about that? Okay. The next piece is the, sorry, was there a question?
Commissioner McFadden,
Yes.
do you have a question?
This baseline is for each school. This would be for each school.
So it would be for any schools that qualify for baseline funding. So this is using a methodology of every school should have these things. So there's a methodology of, that I don't know what the class sizes are off the top of my head, but the class size shouldn't go above this level, or that if you're a high school, that if you have, I want to say it was 300 students, that you should have a guidance counselor. That once you identify what those things are, any schools who their funding allocation would not pay for those basic things, this pocket of money would kind of make them whole, would pay for those pieces that they're missing.
So it's not per school.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the next line is the additional base weight. So, again, one thing we were trying to do is, as much as we could, is simplify the formula. So one thing is that all students, that there's a certain amount of services that all students should have. So we put $100 per pupil just into the base weight, so that there's a base level of funding that's a little bit higher for all students, and especially given the cost of services, cost of salaries going up and so on.
So
Commissioner
is
Frank?
another way of showing that the base weight of 5,500?
Yes, it is. We're trying to do it here. The only reason we did it this way, I just had this conversation earlier today. The reason we're doing this way is that when we do a final formula, they would be combined. We're just trying to show you what's changing, so you can see what's changing from the current formula. But yes, if you adopt this, then it would just be that the base weight is 5,500. Okay. So, and then, there's research on poverty as well as concentrations of poverty, that poverty does make a difference in student learning, that there's additional support that's needed. So whether it's tutoring that's needed, whether additional mental health and behavioral supports that are needed, physical health supports, there are students who are living in poverty, there are additional resources that are needed to support those students. So one of the things we needed to do was think about how we're going to target resources to address the needs of those students. So the first way we talk about doing that is that there is a poverty weight. So for in the previous formula we didn't have that, but in this formula we would have a poverty weight for elementary students. It would be $400 per pupil, and for middle and high school students it would be $400 for middle school students and $700 for high school students, to address students in poverty, to to address their
Can
needs.
you just clarify, what does that mean? I mean, so
So
you're in
the-
poverty. So any student, the number of students should calculate them and just define what in poverty means?
So this would be a student, the concentrations of poverty. So this is any student who qualifies under our, we're funded as direct certification. So any students who qualify for direct certification, so the students who qualify for TANF or food stamps, SNAP, would get this additional funding allocation. The school would get additional funding for any students who attend there who qualify for one of those directly certified federal programs. Okay. One thing to note in the poverty count is that in addition to counting poverty, we also included students who qualify for who on the WIDA test, who are testing as at the lowest level on the WIDA test, the assessment of English language proficiency. And that's for a couple reasons. Is one, that students with very limited English skills require additional supports. Another reason is that this is recognition of the fact is the way we're counting poverty now, we've switched to being a directly certified district. And directly certified districts, our poverty count, instead of being directly certified students who qualify for one of the federal programs, SNAP or TANF, under the old system, we used to also collect forms, free and reduced lunch forms, and students could qualify for poverty that way. Now we're just using the directly certified students, and recent immigrants into the country may not qualify for those programs, and so we feel like we are getting an undercount in that, or the data is showing us that we're having an undercount of some of those students in the way we count poverty. So we wanted to also use the WIDA assessment as another way of reflecting students who would be recent immigrants into the country, both to recognize the additional support they need, as well as the fact that to correct for any undercounting in the way we count poverty.
Just one piece. I just want to highlight the fact that this is another example of where there was an equity issue that was surfaced, and staff's work around researching this, putting kind of their heads together on what is a way to make sure that despite some of the larger context and challenges to immigration status within this country right now, that we don't leave our young people out, and that we're still serving them. I also want to note that it is not a perfect solution, because it would be much easier if we had different data and different kind of direction from the feds. But I just want to commend not just central staff, but also the principals who really, and the school leaders, who were not afraid to advocate, who, again, had a meeting with me, with staff, pointed out that it was problematic. And this is, I think, a really well-thought and researched attempt moving forward to address this issue. So I just want to point it out, because I know we talk often about equity frames within all of our work, and this is a kind of living example of that.
Commissioner Kashani?
That's right. I was going to say, and just to say, double your kudos to the principals really flagged this issue and really engaged with us in a thoughtful conversation about what to do about it. And, the federal government doesn't have a solution they encourage folks to use the CEP program, which we use, which has a lot of benefits. All of our students are eating free because we participate in that program. It's a great program. But this is one of the, side effects of that program. And the federal government has not figured out a solution. There's not a solution at the state level. So the principals who were impacted by that really engaged with us in a thoughtful way to try to address it, and ERS was a good partner too in terms of coming up with creative ways to reflect it here.
I just want to second that. When this came up and you were in conversations with people, I had no earthly idea how you were going to address this, because it was a real head scratcher. So this is really a nice job. I mean, it's really interesting.
I guess that was my questions, because we all received the letters from the principals and received phone calls. Have they been included in this conversation, this solution, and what's the feedback that the principals who have a good number of students learning English?
So
was it positive
So
response?
we've had
I
some
know
of
there's
those
no perfect
principals have
solution.
engaged in this design team
Yeah.
work, and then we've also done focus groups with the principals. But Jenny is actually the one who's done the focus groups with the principals. So do you want to come up and talk about any engagement you've had around this
I
particular
think she's
issue?
talking about this particular ESOL issue.
That's what I
Oh,
mean.
okay.
But that's what I mean.
I just want to make sure. Everybody may not be happy, but at least they've heard
Good evening, Commissioners. So we did have community meetings as well, which some principals came to. We also had principal focus groups as well as principal meetings. In terms of specific engagement with those particular school principals who raised the issue, we have not gotten specific feedback from them around this proposal, but we have scheduled a principal meeting for next week where we will be engaging with them.
Yeah, I would just encourage, like, there's the Lakeland principal, for instance, that I know that was really actively involved, and just to get feedback on, we've heard you. I mean, get credit for what we've done. We've heard you. Maybe they have different ways to think about it, but this is how we're thinking about it, and just at least it's been acknowledged, they've been heard, and here's how we've responded.
That's right, and Principal Jamal has been part of the
Great.
design team. And we've definitely talked about ideas with him, but we need to loop back with him about what we're coming up with as a recommendation.
Okay. It'd be great to report out, back those principals, what they said. Yep.
So how is immigrant defined, and how do you determine whether a student is eligible for this additional weight? Is it self-reported by the principal, or is there some test that's taken?
So
And
there's
can immigrants be defined as meeting the poverty status through direct cert and also through being ESOL?
There is an assessment that we give to our immigrant students who speak a language other than English to assess their English levels. So that's the assessment we're using for this particular measure. So any students who are defined through that assessment as a newcomer, a beginner, or a low intermediate in terms of their English language skills, they would receive this poverty weight. And in terms of the direct cert part of it, it's any students who do not qualify for direct cert but are identified that way, they would get the weight. So if there is a student who has been identified, for example, low intermediate based on the English language assessment, but they were already counted as a direct cert student, they would not also get that additional weight.
Okay, so the next, So the next, we also, it's not just that poverty is a challenge and requires additional supports, but some of our schools are dealing with concentrations of poverty, and there's research also that supports that it's one thing to have, a handful of students who are living in poverty, but it's a much different thing for a school to be living, it's a much bigger challenge for a school to be dealing with concentrations of poverty. So one of the things that we had heard, we had thought made sense was to give additional weight for schools that have a concentration of poverty. As Ms. Goodwin mentioned earlier, any school that has a poverty weight above 80% would get a concentration of poverty weight. Part of the reason, I think, one of Ms. Goodwin's questions was about why we picked a level that's so high. Part of the challenge is we are a high poverty district, and so part of the challenge is that in order to have the resources be a large enough money that it has meaning, it can be implemented in a way that has an actual impact, you have to have a smaller number of schools impacted so you can spread it, you can give more per pupil. If we brought the poverty level lower, I mean, at this point, at 80%, it's $200 per pupil that we're adding for schools that have a concentration of poverty. If we brought it lower, then that per pupil amount becomes less, and then it becomes less. It's less of a poverty concentration weight. So it's a question of, and this is always a hard question for districts, is where do you draw the poverty line? Because so many of our students are in need. But it's a question of really trying to identify the schools that have the most severe challenges and giving them enough resources that they can do something with it. Commissioner Frank.
Yeah. Commissioner Frank?
So you asked the question I was going to ask in terms of a policy that draws a bright line. You're either at 80 or above, but if you're at 79, 78, or 75, you don't benefit from it. So is there research that would suggest that perhaps you should calibrate the benefit, not going below a certain floor, but something that is still a concentration of poverty, but something that is less than 80%, which is a very high concentration?
So it's a good question. There's not a lot of other jurisdictions that were kind of on the forefront of a concentration of poverty rate. There's not a lot of jurisdictions who've done it. We've looked at other states who are starting to do it, and there's a range of ways they do it. California has a concentration of poverty rate. I believe their cutoff is around 50%. It might be 45 or 55%. I forget which, but it's in that ballpark. And then they have, like, to your point, it multiplies as you go up, but that's how the state funds the jurisdiction. That's not how the jurisdiction is funding schools. There's not a lot of other jurisdictions who are doing it. There's not a lot of, it's not a particular science to why we chose 80%. I think looking at the resources that we have and our ability to actually provide enough resources where we thought it was going to make a difference, where we could fund something meaningful at most schools, that's kind of why we picked 80%, was that $200 per pupil is enough that we feel like it does pay for enough more that it's worth it to have that weight.
Can you clarify the $200? Like, I didn't understand.
Why we picked 200?
Yeah, why you picked 200 and it's only $1 million. I didn't understand.
What I'm saying is that if we had brought it below 80%, many more students would qualify. So the poverty rate would be something less than 200. ERS did some analysis of what would $200 per pupil buy you for an average school, and whether it was enough to make it worthwhile. And so the feeling was that $200 starts to be a threshold where it's enough resources that a school could actually use it in a meaningful way.
So with a school with 80% or more, they'd get $200 for every student in the school.
Yes,
Is that
that's
right?
correct. That's correct.
It would seem that would generate more than $1 million, because we have so many schools with 80% more and poverty. Is it only?
Remember, this is using direct cert. So the number
Yeah.
of schools one of the things about direct cert is it's more akin to free lunch than free and reduced lunch. So these are schools that are, 80% poverty under direct cert is a higher poverty threshold than it was if you're kind of having the frame of farms in your head.
Off the top of your head, do you know how many students? I don't know, it just seems low, but maybe how many? Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have to get back. I think we have to get back to you on that. In terms of how many students would are you asking how many students, or you're saying how many schools would qualify at this?
How many students? I'll do the math.
Oh, it's 5,000 students. Oh, I thought you were asking how many schools qualify. 5,000 students. So it is. I mean, one of the challenges, frankly, with this funding formula is that the pie is fixed. The pie is not changed. So moving resources around the pie, if you're going to have a large base weight, it's got to come from somewhere. So if we're going to put more in concentrations of poverty, we have to take it from somewhere else.
One other thing to keep in mind is that this last year we started funding Title I through a concentration of poverty methodology. And so that was another way that we were hoping to get at this issue of concentrated poverty, was to be able to address that by tiering our Title I funding so that the per pupil amount was higher at our highest poverty schools.
That's true, too. Got you.
Any more questions on that, on concentrations of poverty? Okay. So then so we also removed the performance weight. So as I mentioned, one of the pieces of feedback we heard was that tying weights to standardized test scores was not a good way to allocate resources. So they would like it. We also got comments about they wanted fair student funding to be less complicated. As much as possible, they would like it to be a more straightforward, more easily understood formula. So one of the things that ERS did was analysis of looking at the correlation between poverty and as a strong predictor of academic and social emotional need. And there is a strong correlation between poverty and performance and low performance. So instead of having a performance weight, given the pushback on standardized test scores, also I think there was a concern about the lag time between the lag time between standardized test scores and using it for a funding formula, and kind of perverse incentives of using test scores. But instead of using that, if you tie it to poverty, which is a good indicator of performance, we felt like we could make the formula more simple and not have the standardized tests that people were responding to. They didn't want us to have part of the formula. Questions there? Okay. Okay. So
I know that it's late, but I would just encourage questions.
Well,
Yes.
I'm conflicted by, I'm sorry, I was going to say, I'm conflicted by this, and I was just talking to Cheryl around, there was a theory, I mean, Commissioner Heike Hubbard was here 10 years ago. She was here. She was here 10 years ago. She was here last board meeting, and she was talking about 10 years ago when we commissioned this. I mean, not having anything based on performance of students is a different way to approach it. I mean, you know, the theory was that we would be guiding, we'd be looking at schools based on performance and thinking about how they're doing and allocating resources in a certain way. And completely taking that off the table, I just worry how we're holding schools accountable. Now, I understand the counter argument that Commissioner Kashani shared with me is like, we have schools open and we've got to fund them. So this is an accountability piece. This is a funding mechanism, but to decouple them, I don't know. I'm conflicted by it.
So I think part of the discussion was that it's, you know, again, performance is not really as a guiding indicator, or is it a lagging indicator? So, for example, at the high school level, if you're the way we did Fair Student Funding before, it was based on MSA scores. So a lot schools, they're getting their funding based on the students that they receive. So if you receive high-performing students, you're getting paid extra for having students who were you're not getting rewarded because you made those students high-performing. Yeah. You've got money that's following students because they were high-performing when you received them. Similarly, like there were concerns that we heard from, or conversely, I guess, there was concerns we heard about having a low performance weight, was could it be seen as that you're rewarding schools for low performance, that you're giving that. I don't think that anybody's sitting there saying, I'm going to make these kids score basic so that I can get more money. I don't think that literally happens, but there's a kind of a perception issue that if you're getting funding based on the performance of students, is there adequate incentive to keep moving students forward? And so I think that was part of the conversation too.
Yeah, but there's not an incentive. There's not a way to reward schools that are improving based on funding in this formula.
Well, I think an improvement question, right, is, I would say, a more robust question. But I think, you know, to the Chief of Staff's point, it's leading versus lagging. And the way that it was playing out, and, you know, let's be clear, I was Chief Academic Officer and, you know, never protested but I will tell you, part of the problem is we do not, in this formula currently, decouple where kids arrive at school. And so it becomes, and, you know, I go back to this idea that we have to examine the repercussions of our own policies and not recreate our own versions of redlining or whatever it is. And so and not that I'm trying to go that way, but we do need to struggle and wrestle with, are we penalizing schools who are serving young people who come from behind based on who they're receiving? And if you happen to have a large collection, right, of young people who come from heavily resourced environments, then are we rewarding you for actually moving and growing those students, or are we rewarding you for just being a collection place for them? And those are two different things. And so I'm not saying we don't need to wrestle with, is there a place for growth? But I think, you know, the state is struggling with this. Nationally, we're struggling with how to identify growth. But what we heard from folks is that it's not doing anything, right, in terms of finances. The other piece that I will raise for the board, and I'm not saying that, let me put it this way, I think it's a question the board has to wrestle with, is does financial incentive actually lead to higher student achievement, right? Like, is that the incentive that we want, right? Is it that you grow kids so you get more money? Or is there something that we need to fine-tune and adjust with regards to how we supervise schools, which is what I would argue should be that repercussion, right? That isn't it, you know, that we need to wrestle with what are the implications for both. And I think it's fair, and I think there were good intentions, right? Knowing the leader at the time who put it in, I don't think it was ever either the board's intent or the leadership at the time, but I think we have a decade's worth of school reform knowledge, right? That is saying that a lot of the financial incentives that we have put in place have not necessarily yielded
the kind of results we want. The reforms that have led to increased student achievement are looking at how we supervise and select leaders and match those leaders, how are we growing teachers, right? What is the quality of the curriculum and the implementation? Do kids have access to arts and music? And so where we find ourselves is frankly an imperfect measure, which is the MSA. And let's be clear, we could have the gifted and talented team come in here and riff for a good hour on why MSA is not necessarily an indicator of giftedness. It's just kids who come already high achieving. So there were a number of elements within the original formula that made it challenging. And so so again, I'm just putting out the wrestling that I think the board has to do. And I think the fundamental question is, what are the right incentives for schools to improve? And from this seat, I have been saying it's about growth. It is about growth. And yes, it's absolute achievement, but given where our performance is, given where our young people are coming, the question is, are you growing the young people you receive? So if you receive, and I use this example with principals, if you receive my kids, who had 100 books in utero, why are you getting credit for me having taught them to read? Quite frankly, right? And then on the flip side, wait, hold on. And then on the flip side, right? If you have young people who are walking through like yellow tape, you have young people who do not have the resources at home, right, to promote particular kinds of learning, then shouldn't we give that school, those teachers, credit for moving those young people incrementally and substantially along a learning curve? And that's the question.
But so I get the leading and lagging piece. That was very compelling. Okay, but I don't understand the financial incentive piece. So, but your growth. But so right now in the formula, just to be clear, we do not incent or put dollars in there for schools that do better with the students they receive.
We don't have a growth indicator, and I know staff is going to shoot me arrows like, oh God, now you want to add another thing. But I do think that's the question. And I think I would argue, or my position would be, and the board can take whatever position they want, that to me is a far more robust conversation than reiterating what we already know doesn't work. And that is, when we've done financial incentives, it hasn't incentivized. It has literally drained schools. And I would argue that we have had more success when we actually look at who the principal is, who the teachers are, what are the supports, and how are we doing that versus are we going to give you more money and basically lead you through a slow death by squeezing you in that way.
Okay, Commissioner Frank.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Commissioner Ginny.
I just want to ask us a slightly different way. Looking at the old, the current formula, a parent could look and say, and I agree with what you're saying, but a parent could look and say, these are dollars that would sort of earmark towards gifted and talented or advanced types of programs. Within the new formula, it's coming within the additional that's in the base. Where is it coming?
So I'm coming to the gifted
Oh, I haven't
advanced
gotten here
piece is
yet.
coming
Okay.
in. Yes.
Just want to make sure.
Okay, Commissioner Frank.
I wonder if this is as a radical a shift as we're debating it, and I'm going to give you a theory. You can tell me if it's wrong. We haven't really been basing our advanced and base level funding on anything meaningful over the last 3 years. I mean, we've essentially been funding at the same level because that's what we've been doing, and we haven't had an assessment on which to base it. So we're not going from MSA to something new. We've had a period where we've really done nothing, and we're coming up with a new measure. Now, whether there should be growth, I think, is a good question. But I think I think it's disingenuous to represent publicly that we're shifting from this rigid, allocation of resources based on data that represents advanced and base, because we really haven't for a while. And I think people need to know that.
And that's actually what I was trying to say. Like, when you use MSA, that is not a rigorous method for determining.
But we haven't had it for 3 years.
We haven't. Go ahead.
Right, because we're using the old MSA data. That's right.
When you say you're we're using the old data. I don't know what that means, because,
We're literally, schools are funded based on students' MSA scores from years ago.
Right.
right, but
Right.
what is the,
Same thing we
C-
remember
C-
reading, though.
Commissioner James Hassan.
So no, I just add that once we get these metrics in place, it also allows us to follow the monies to make sure that they are in fact going to support issues around concentrated poverty or English language support, where now we've just sort of said to buildings, here you go, and hoped that they're using it in a way that best serves the students that it's targeted for.
I would also just add that this model, one of the things that we acknowledge, and I want to let them move through, but one of the things you should keep in mind is back to the point that Allison made at the beginning, and that is this is being created in a very different context than Fair Student Funding was originally developed. And one of the larger pieces is that it's less money. Like, I mean, there's a much smaller pie. And so really, in our discussions with ERS, when we kind of got frustrated looking at, well, my God, there's not a whole lot like to really redistribute, right? Because we've got to have all schools at a base level. One of the things that we articulated with them was that this is also a model that will help direct funding as more comes in, right? So in knowing what to do with the resources when new resources arrive, this would allow us to do that. But as Allison will point out, as we went through, we really, when we ran each scenario, we said, what will this, will this gut any school in the district currently? And that's part of why we've put the subsequent measures in, so.
Yeah, it's hard. I think that's right. As we're trying to look at this now, it's very hard to redistribute money, resources between schools because none of our schools are living lavishly. None of our schools really have the resources they should to support their students. So it's hard to move money between schools at this point. So
Yeah, Commissioner Richardson.
I'm just curious to know, when we look at poverty weight and concentration of poverty weight, what does that look like in a school? So if they get this additional money, they use it to do what?
So I think that's to Commissioner Hassan's question as well, is are we going to direct them about how they're going to use it? I think to me, and Dr. Santelises can tell me if she has a different opinion about this, I feel like we are at a point right now where the resources are tight enough that it's going to be hard to tell schools that they have to use it on something specific. I think if we have additional resources in the future, it may be more of a situation where we would provide guidance or more direction. But right now, the resources are so tight that if you talk to a school principal, there's not a luxury of a lot of choices they're making. They're kind of funding the basic things that students need. There's not a lot of freedom in the decision making they have right now because the resources are so tight. So this is the next slide was about high school. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, I just wanted to add to what you were saying. We're looking at the base funding, and just to add, the title funds also relate to some of what you ask, and they do give you some guidelines as to how you use those funds, specifically for students.
are they federal or?
The federal, I'm thinking of like Title I funds, and this is not
That's right.
included in what we're talking about right now.
That's right. You're right, Commissioner. That's right. Okay. So next we're going to talk about high schools, and that high schools are more expensive to run than elementary schools for a variety of reasons. There are specialized classes that have to be offered at high schools. There's enrichment activities that need to be provided. There's more intensive support that you may need to provide to students who are struggling. So in looking at the formula, we really realized that there are some additional supports that we needed to provide to our high schools. So in light of that, we added a weight for high schools. You see on the right side, there's a $575 per pupil weight for all high school students. On the left, you'll see the concentration of poverty weight. The reason that the concentration of poverty weight, and I should have explained this on the prior slide when I introduced that concept, the reason you only see it on the elementary side, you don't see it on the high school side, is that we only have one high school that would qualify for the concentration of poverty rate, which is Renaissance. For the most part, our high schools don't qualify for it. So we're not showing it there because for the most part, it won't apply to high schools. But the high school weight will and will help provide the resources they need to provide that range of courses that high school students need in order to meet state requirements.
Can you just explain that? Why don't we have high schools that get the concentration?
They just don't have, they don't meet the threshold of 80% or higher poverty that we're using for concentrations of poverty.
Right, no, I get the direct cert. So if we have a number of elementary and middle schools, why do we have fewer high schools? It's because we lose the students, or it just doesn't follow logically.
It does. It's a good question, because under the old way of counting, we used to assume that part of it was that because the forms weren't being filled out, but that's not the reason anymore. So I don't really have a good answer for that of why it drops off. Do you?
We've tried looking into that to determine what the cause is, and we believe that it is due to the fewer students we have in high school who are in poverty who are enrolled in our high schools.
That's what I was thinking. Couldn't it possibly be?
Commissioner Berkeley?
Couldn't it possibly be choice? That by high school, students are choosing where to go,
Right.
so it's not by neighborhood. Elementary, middle school, generally, for most people, where you go is where you live.
But we have 30, let's say, we have select schools, but then we have neighborhood schools, we have 30 high schools. I don't know. Maybe you disperse them, but it's a concentration number. It's an 80%.
Remember, using a direct cert, 80% is a very high poverty rate. So
Yeah.
I think you're probably right, Commissioner Berkeley, that our elementaries are primarily neighborhood based. They're zip code based, and as we know, there are pockets of the city where there's high concentrations of poverty, and the student bodies in the schools that serve them match that neighborhood. And so I think that probably is that is probably a major factor in it. Okay, and then then getting to Commissioner Chinia's question, then we added a gifted advanced and talent development weight to provide support to high performing or high potential students. It's $400 per student. There's a fairly small number of students who qualify for the weight, and so in order to make it meaningful, again, it has to be a fairly high per pupil amount in order to have it be usable by the school to provide programming. We're doing universal screening now in kindergarten for students to identify students who are gifted and advanced. That is obviously going to take a while until we have those students go through the school system to get to high school and identifying who the students were who qualified for that. So in the interim, while those students that we are universally screening are growing up, the Office of Gifted and Advanced Learning has developed an interval mechanism to identify students who are grades 2 through 12 to kind of grandfather them in, that uses historical data to assess students who would be gifted and advanced. So it would look at students. Do you remember what the measures are that it looks at?
So it looks at things like Stanford 10 tests that have been given in the past and different kinds of flags like that. So this is not based on MSA or PARCC scores. It's based on other flags. And then, as Allison mentioned, we're starting universal screening for that now in kindergarten. But at any grade level, a parent or a teacher or principal can flag for a student to be assessed and tested. It's an online assessment that can be done. And then if students qualify based on that, then they would be flagged as gifted, advanced, or talent development.
Virginia?
Okay, earlier you talked a little bit about some of the special programs, and you mentioned, for example, like IB. So within that block would also be things like Ingenuity, or is that within this block of dollars?
I think the school contribution, you're saying the school's contribution for programs like Ingenuity, I think these are resources that could help support that contribution, or for IB, it would help pay for those things.
Do schools make a contribution to Ingenuity?
Yeah.
Yes, they do. John? Yes, they do.
Yeah,
Do you know what portion of it is?
Yeah.
I'm not so sure of the percentage, but I know there's a split between the targeted funds and the school.
They pay some staff, I think.
Yeah, I mean, but I think that we need to be clear that there are some programs that are not fully, so again, when we talk about central spending, right, and the
That's right.
spending from,
That's a good flag.
there are targeted funds that go to schools. So
Right. That's
schools
right.
are not just paying for Ingenuity out of their budget.
That's right.
There is an additional amount that is paid centrally. So I just I think that's important to know.
That's right.
So that was going to be my
Commissioner
question. Should that be an asterisk in that not all schools are created equal? Some, like P-TECH and Ingenuity, others get targeted funding from other sources that would supplement or enhance this. And again, I think the public should understand there are funds outside of what you're showing here that is available for things that may or may not be important to them for specific important
That's true,
priorities.
and as part of the budget development process, each year, one of the slides that we always show in the budget book, we always talk about the targeted funds, the resources that schools are getting that are on top of the fair student funding amount, but it's a good flag that we should maybe talk about it here, too. Okay. So a summary of what the proposed changes will do. So under these proposed changes, the funding for most elementary and K-8s goes up, particularly with going up in higher poverty elementaries or K-8s. The funding for will go up for K-8s that are particularly small because of the baseline funding services. It'll also go up for middle schools because they tend to be small. We don't have a lot of middle schools, but they are small and high poverty. The funding for high schools will go down, but it will stay higher than the funding is for K-8s, which is something, again, because they cost more, we will still have high schools funded at a higher level, but it will go down from the current level. The reductions are lower in those high schools that have high poverty because the high poverty and because of the high poverty weight, and also the schools that have higher numbers of gifted and advanced students, it doesn't go down as much. Yeah.
Charters
Commissioner
fit.
Frank?
Sorry. Where would charters fit on this green and red in terms of?
So the charter funding formula is still the same. It still follows the state guidance that we have. So these changes are only talking about the fair student funding piece.
So would you say there's no impact on charters?
No, there's no. There are some areas that we're talking with the charters about areas of funding that we're going to try to change in terms of the way we're collecting some of those mechanisms for addressing some of those centralized services.
Which we did this year, right? Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Chinia?
I'm sorry, I just need to go back, just one clarifying question around the baseline services funding, and you made mention about, you gave an example around, for example, I think it was counselors. To what extent does that additional funding impact the school-based decision-making? I mean, are we saying there are certain things that should occur in all schools, or are we simply saying to those schools, here's additional for you to make additional decisions around? Am I making sense?
Yes, you are making sense. So it's just it's a level of funding that we're saying is necessary to fund certain baseline services, but no, we are not saying that these are the things you have to purchase with it.
That still is confusing to me.
Okay. Yeah.
And maybe it just I think maybe it just needs to be clarified a little more, because if you say certain things that should be baseline, then I'm starting to think things like, then my school should not make a decision not to have a counselor. If you have baseline and it says 300 to 1, that every school should have one based on 300 to 1, and that's what this funding is for. So it's just not clear the way it's sort of stated.
Okay. It's good.
Commissioner Kashani?
I appreciate that question, and I've had this during the budget development process. You guys give, what do you call, budget guidance? What do you call what you give to principals when they get their numbers?
Yes, budget guidance.
I would very much appreciate if when the principals get that guidance, if we could see that this year, because I've really never understood the guidance and the help that they're given, because I don't know if it addresses these kinds of things, if they're nice to haves, gotta do's. I can't tell what it is, but I can appreciate that there's not enough money to be too restrictive. But at the same time, and Commissioner Hassan reminds us of this a lot, there are certain things that we do need to do by law, some arts things and athletic things, and so it is hard to make all that mesh together now. So I think I will be helped if I could also get a look at the budget guidance at the time that we are doing that budget development process, because I've never seen it. I don't know what it looks like.
Okay, that's a good flag. Okay, so then the last piece is about transition policy. So as we mentioned earlier, part of the challenge is that with the pie being fixed, it's difficult to make major changes in reallocation of resources between our schools, since none of our schools have a lot of extra resources. So one of the things we're been thinking about is what a transition policy looks like in order to implement this in a way that no school is impacted too significantly. It's, I think that's part of the conversation is what would make sense in terms of, is there a minimal amount of percentage, a threshold that we should say that no school should go up and down or down by in order to make sure that schools are kind of held, not impacted too severely as we switch to this new policy. Okay, so the next steps are that there will be proposed, we'll have conversations with, so there's this presentation today, then on both January 11th and the 16th, we have more community meetings to discuss the proposed changes. Then on the 16th, there's a principals meeting on fair student funding, and then on January 23rd, the board is going to vote on the proposed changes to fair student funding. And I know Ms. Pilla came up earlier, was asking for additional time. The challenge is that we have a very tight timeline because of the needing to finalize budgets for schools. So we've already pushed this formula, this timeline back once. We were supposed to, in December, be coming out with the recommendations, and those were going to be the community meetings we had in December. When we first got the first initial, everybody weighed in, gave their values of what they wanted to see in the formula, and then ERS came back with some recommendations in December. But frankly, in that initial cut, I think we got kind of resounding kind of response that the changes were too drastic, and that we didn't. Again, I think it gets to the limitations of the pie, is that while there was just, too much resource shift between schools that then people felt comfortable with. So we kind of asked ERS to go back and work on it again. And so we added another stage of comment and engagement in the process. So in December, we sought more kind of direction from folks about possible funding formula, and I'm sorry, in the November session I'm talking about, and then in December we gave them kind of a draft, and now this is the final. So we've already added to this this engagement process, and if we push it out further, we're going to be in serious trouble with our with the timeline for schools getting their budget allocations and making decisions about their funding, and then making hiring decisions, and the Human Capital Office actually being able to recruit the staff that we need for next school year.
Could I also just make a comment, and I know it's probably late. It is late.
It is late.
But I can't say enough to parents, families, community members who want to be involved in the way that resources are allocated at your school. Budget season is the time to do that, and I think we should work with our PTA partners. We should work with Trish and excuse me, and the parents that I know that she's touching, because that is the point at which, right, schools make decisions. And so we have had this model in place for quite some time. So the place for families to weigh in on questions like, again, is there a counselor? Traditionally, we have said to schools, if you have another way of doing counseling that is more cost effective and you think more effective for young people, we have given school leaders the freedom with their teams to develop that. But what that requires is for families and communities to be involved. So I would like to just encourage everyone who probably still isn't watching because it's really late, and everybody here, we cannot say,
I'm hearing from them.
okay, I cannot say enough how important it is for you to continue to ask your school leader when the budget meetings are for your particular school or for a school in your community, so that you are there, you are asking these questions, and you are pushing. And once you see where the dollars go, then parent voice, family voice should be driving a lot of those decisions, because I'll tell you now, we don't have many K through 8 schools that can offer 4 different kinds of arts programming.
full year. It just, the budget doesn't sustain it. So whether you want full year music, right, at your school, right, as opposed to full year dance at your school, like, that's the kind of discussion that really needs to be driven and informed. And if you do not feel like you have enough information on that, I really encourage you to reach out to our Family and Community Engagement Office. And last year we had families that flagged that there were schools where that process, frankly, was not as clearly communicated as it should be, or it was tried to be jammed in the back door, or people couldn't find the information. And whenever families flagged it for us, we made sure that we followed up, the chief of schools followed up with principal supervisors and school leaders to really roll back the process so that we made sure that's a voice. So that fair student funding is important, and this is important, and we want you to remain engaged, but I just can't emphasize enough that what's going on in your children's school, if you're wondering why something isn't occurring, you need to be part of that budget process. Do not let the numbers get said to you in some convoluted way. If there's a question you have, then the school leader should be able to answer that. And it shouldn't be kind of hidden in the dust. And we have schools that do a wonderful job at this. And so I just can't emphasize enough, as we go into budget season, please, please, please be involved in your school's budget process.
Okay, I had one last comment. Oh, no, that's totally fine. I'm rushing because I know it's late. The one thing I think all board members should see is if our enrollment stayed the same, what would be the school-by-school implications of this funding formula? That would be very helpful
Sure.
before we vote on this. And then secondly, it is this improvement piece. Like, and I know we'd have a fixed pie. I would like to understand, and we don't. Over time, what's our philosophy? How do we acknowledge the fact that we want schools to improve, and how could we reward them over time? Could we do targeted funds for that? If we receive more funds, how would we distribute those? I do think it's very important to make the statement that we want our schools to improve, and that we are going to think about how we're going to reward them over time. We can't do that now. We don't have the metrics in place or the data in place, but I at least need to understand our philosophy on that as we move forward and how we would compensate.
So if you're going to say that, then I'm going to add this. I agree with you, but for part of what I take out of this is an acknowledgement by the people who worked on this formula, and from what they heard in the community meetings, that one of the things that holds back schools from improving are very high concentrations of poverty. So I think we have to keep both in mind. I hear you, but I, for one, welcome the equity lens that acknowledges that those are the schools that have been getting less, and that may just very well be why it is harder for them to do more.
At the same time
At
that
the
we
same
are
time.
improving
Right.
curriculum, support for teachers, holding school leaders and school leadership teams accountable for moving kids. Like, I don't want it to be said that I am making poverty the excuse for low performance.
No,
Like, I just want
right.
to go on the record publicly and saying that that's not what we're saying.
So I'm not,
Not what I'm saying.
right, so I'm not trying to go there either, and I honor what you said. I'm just saying, and what this reflects back to me is that we are acknowledging that, given what some kids are exposed to, that they have higher needs, and that actually costs more. That's all.
Yep.
I appreciate all the work that went into this, having sat in just one meeting with Miss Garcia Pilla. I can see the feedback was taken, and it's impressive. So Commissioners McFadden and Richardson, are we having fun yet? You aren't officially sworn in. Just saying. All right, the last item is just to recite the list of the upcoming meetings so you can come for more. The Operations Committee, this will be in chronological order. The Operations Committee will meet here at 10 o'clock on January 16th. The Policy Committee will meet on the same day at 3:30 p.m. in this room. On January 17th, as noted earlier, there will be the Police Policy Forum in this room at 6 o'clock. Trish will convene the PCAB meeting on the 18th at 6:30. On the 22nd, as was noted earlier, there will be the CEO's Town Hall on, I'll call it facilities, at Dunbar at 6 o'clock. On the 23rd at 9 a.m. in this room, the Teaching and Learning Committee. And then we can all come back and do this again on January 23rd, executive session at 3. Public meeting starts in this room at 5. Anything else for the good of the whole? I want to thank everybody who hung with us, whether you're watching online or whether you're in this room. Thanks for a spirited discussion tonight. It's exactly what this city needs. There might not be democracy in action everywhere, but it certainly was in action tonight. With that, I'd like to hear a motion to adjourn the meeting. Moved by Commissioner Hassan, seconded by Commissioner Berkeley. All in favor? It is unanimous. This meeting is adjourned.